Hasn't said live yet. And we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
Nasty.
That would make me terrible droid.
And yourself, Annabelle.
I am Annabelle.
Yes, and we're joined by iconic horror composer and photographer Christopher Young. It's good to talk with you.
Wonderful to be here,
Welcome.
guys, gals. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, can you explain to everyone what is?
Can I explain to everyone what?
What? The books of what is?
What?
Right.
The
What
books of
is?
what?
Yes.
Yeah, it's what? They're a collection of 35 books of black and white photography taken over the past, I guess, 12 or 13 years that were done on my cell phone. I'm not a schooled photographer. I, in fact, don't really know what I'm doing. I just have stumbled into a few apps on my cell phone that opened up the door for me doing something which apparently had been stuck somewhere in my head, and that immediately a connection was made.
Wow.
So,
You didn't do photography in your past.
had I done any photography? Absolutely none.
Wow.
Not really. I mean, I never. I think the last time I owned a camera was when I was, like probably 12 or 13, and that's when everyone was into the Polaroid swinger camera, which was like an instant developing gizmo. And so you go around, take a picture, immediately develop it, and that was pretty cool.
And they've come back, Christopher. Would you rather be Christopher or Chris?
Chris is great.
Chris.
Yeah, Christopher.
What's that?
My real name is Robert. Chris was something my parents gave me because there were too many Bobs and Roberts in the family. And when I moved out here, I was Chris. And the first few film scores I did were under the name Chris. And then I finally connected with an agent who was like the hottest in LA at the time, Stan Melander and Al Bart. And the first thing they did was sit me down in their office and say, number one, we're changing your name. I said, great. What, to Archie Leach? No. Cary Grant? I don't know. Tell me. And they said, no, Christopher Young, not Chris anymore. And I said, well, tell me why. I had Christopher Palmer, Christopher Plummer, Christopher Walken. It all looks so much
professional.
Yeah. Highfalutin. And he said, and the nice thing about it takes up more space on the poster. I said, fab, let's do it.
Worked out.
What's that?
It worked out.
Yeah. It's interesting. I joke about this with my other American made or American native film composers who've got kind of bland names, like Christopher Young. And because it seems like, the Academy prefers to recognize scores by composers who've got really exotic over foreign names, if you know what I mean. I've been asking my current agent, I said, shouldn't we change it to like Cristobal Youngelin or something like that? And then I might be taken seriously. John Debney, who is also a film composer who was born in California, a friend of mine, when he got nominated for the Passion of the Christ or Passion of Christ, the score for that, the Mel Gibson movie, and he calling himself John Debney, bravo, man, So anyway, Young is better, but I think Cristobal Youngelin would have.
I like it, or Christoph. Yeah,
Christoph. Could he just simply?
Oh yeah, Christoph sounds good.
Yeah, no last name. Well,
Christoph the Mysterious. Yeah,
whose name is Christoph, right? Isn't there a visual artist whose name is Christoph?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So So the books, you start doing photography on your phone. So what was what was the thought process to I'm going to put these out for people to view? How did it come about?
Well, as I said, I stumbled into it by accident. I happened to have been down in New Orleans in the French Quarter, either on I guess it was right around Halloween, and I was back and I should know the name of the graveyard right there in the back end of the French Quarter. And I was doing the touristy thing, using my cell phone. I went, wow, I can take pictures on this, and doing the color thing. Just a handful of pictures here and there, not thinking I was really going to look at them again. And by accident, I pushed the black and white button, and like all of a sudden, I took a couple pictures of a few of the gravestones and did some close-ups of the gravestones and the imperfections and the brick, and then puddles and anything I could see that looked unusual, and coming out in black and white, it triggered something, as I just mentioned, and that was that, and it's so attached to everything that has to do with why I ended up getting involved in writing music for darker movies. That wasn't by chance. When I was a kid, as best as I can as best as I can remember, for sure. When I was a kid, I had two posters in my bedroom. On the left, I think, was a poster of the Beatles, black and white poster of the Beatles. And on the right was a poster of Bela Lugosi as Dracula. So I had a simultaneous addiction and love and for music and everything that had to do with what couldn't be seen at night. I seem to have been fascinated by as a kid of as when you look into the dark, and you're not being protected by illumination, meaning artificial lights, street lights, whatnot, house lights, you're in pitch black. There's that inevitability of wondering, what is it just beyond the horizon, or something that's just out of reach? It was always, what is that around the corner that I'm imagining, that's there? It's never what's really there. It's always what's around the corner. And there's this quote of H.P. Lovecraft's in his book, Supernatural Horror in Literature or something. It's this little treatise that he wrote that was never published until after he passed, I think, in which he states something along the lines, I'm misquoting him to a certain degree, but it is the oldest and strongest emotion known to mankind is fear, and the greatest fear of them all is that of the unknown. This idea of being electrified, fear, yes, that's an appropriate word, especially when you're a kid looking out into the dark. There's this anxiety that you feel about wondering what is out there that is not visible, and knowing that something tremendous does exist. It's just not visible as easily as the things that we see when the sun is up. So that was the thing that captivated me. I collect jack-o'-lanterns. That's kind of my thing. I have a gigantic collection of jack-o'-lantern masks. And why? I remember my kids asking me, Derek, why do you have so many goddamn pumpkin masks? And I've got a pumpkin bathroom that's just jammed with pumpkin stuff. And I said, well, best I can figure this one out. Oh, you just showed me something? What was that?
I actually have a pumpkin mask over here. It's not a particularly great one, but it is a mask. Yeah.
Oh, that's
it
a
looks
great
comfy
one.
anyway.
Yeah, sure. It's funny. I collect these things, but I don't wear them.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Like sacred objects. It's kind of strange. I never dress up for Halloween. Of course, I did when I was a kid, but now I just collect these things and look at them. Because when I was a kid, remember, as I'm sure it may have been when you were younger, I don't know, but when I was a kid, these like made in China plug-in pumpkins that are plastic pre-carved.
Oh, yeah.
They exist. If you wanted to have a lit pumpkin at the front of your house on the stairs, steps leading up to the front door, you had to buy the pumpkin and carve it.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that always fascinated me on Halloween, that there were literally, tens of millions of pumpkins that had been carved by families, kids and families. It was like a tradition, the family getting together, at least the mother with the kids. The dads never really got too involved in it. But you carve one or more pumpkins, usually one for each of the kids to mess up or do whatever they wanted to do with it. You carve it, stick the candle in it, light it, you put the lid on it. Of course, that was that wonderful odor of the burned pumpkin lids, That's all gone now for the most part. But just being aware of the fact that there were these millions, I'm guessing, of pumpkins, carved pumpkins, all lit on Halloween, no two being exactly the same.
True.
No two are exactly. Now you drive down the street, and within a block or two, you're probably going to find a couple of blow-up pumpkins, these pump-up things that are the same, exactly the same. So, just to finish this thought off, I do remember spending time looking into the lit pumpkin and feeling in my own, I didn't know this is what I was experiencing when I was a kid, but as I got older, I thought, maybe it's this, I'm feeling sort of a connection here, what's the word? What's the word that I usually use? That the spirit or the darkness is manifesting or passing through the pumpkin. I don't know what the word is, and that's the sign of age. But staring into the pumpkin, conduit. Yes, pumpkin seemed to have been like the lit pumpkin, and staring at the pumpkin and watching the eyes and the mouth flicker and whatever. It appeared to be a conduit between this world and then the other world. And even as a kid, I kind of felt that and wasn't afraid of it, was fascinated by it. So I guess this became the trigger that certainly gave leash to the music that I wrote for these scary movies. Now, when I moved out here to be a film composer, I had no idea that the horror thing was the route that I was going to be connected with the majority of the films that I was going to work on. I really didn't. I loved the black and white Universal horror films. I considered Frankenstein, Wolfman, Dracula, and the rest of the gang, the Mummy, as my friends, They understood me in a way that normal people didn't. But I moved out here and certainly when I was a kid, and I was originally a drummer and playing in rock bands. I had no idea that one day I was going to be writing music that was going to make little girls scream in the theater. 13-year-old girls scream bloody murder. So it became. I happen to love the 20th century stuff in classical music, the whole experimental way of thinking about music that started happening in the 60s and the 70s. So I actually loved it. Unfortunately, I did, because that's the language that helped bring to life some of these sounds that generated the scores that I've come up with. I have a love-hate relationship with horror movies. I've felt that for years. I feel so blessed, first of all, that I've had the opportunity to make a life out of scoring movies. Again, I didn't expect horror to be the big thing. And you know how it is with horror. There are people like yourselves who are addicted to it. Like I am. I love it. I go to all these horror conventions as a fan, you know. Monster Palooza, Son of Monster Palooza, Midsummer Scream. They just had the LA Comic Con. I go to that as a fan, you know. San Diego Comic Con. Anyway, it's there with me for sure, and I love it. But at the same time, it has a limited audience. I've discovered, and then I'll shut up. Let me just. I just get going here.
It's fine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm just getting going here. You know, I'm single and I go on dates, and I've since learned when I'm on a date and a woman tries. So what do you do? I score movies. What kind of movies? Or what are the movies? Do I know any of them? I've learned that unless I know they're into the scene, I do not mention that I've worked on horror films. Because usually they go, oh, how come? Are you unhappy or something? You know, or it's, I don't know your music then. I hate horror. You know, they scare me. I go to, no way. I get it. I don't. I understand completely. Why should you know music? You know, these are scared. So anyway, the greater American public understands why they exist, but would rather they weren't there, I think, you know. But thank the Lord, there are people like ourselves who truly, without them, we'd feel like a junkie. Like,
oh, true. Well, I knew you were a kindred spirit when you were talking about the pumpkin, because every year with my jack-o'-lantern, I know it's not quite complete until I smell that smell. When I put the candle inside, and then I'm like, okay, now I know I've finished what I was set out to do.
Oh, that's great. So you carve them. You still carve them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't carve them. It's amazing. I talk about this tradition. You think I would.
Annabelle and I carry on the tradition. So
we do.
But I
sometimes Nasty Neal too.
Yeah, once in a while.
Yeah, I've done a couple. I've done radishes once as well. So.
Oh, radishes.
Yeah.
Carved radishes?
Yes, I couldn't. One year I could not find pumpkins, and I carved 3 little radishes. And,
wow, nice.
I was happy with them. Yeah,
that's fun. They used to use turnips, I think.
Yeah.
Before they moved they moved to the United States, and then it all changed. What was I going to say? Thought comes and it goes. No, it'll come back to me. So
you're talking about the dating scene.
I don't carve them, but I do collect pumpkins. And I've taken advantage of this for these photos. I don't think you've seen them yet. They haven't come. This group of pictures haven't come out yet. But what I like to do is wait until the pumpkins rot.
Oh, interesting.
Black and white pictures of them. And I think there's a book. Yeah, the last book is Halloween.
Yeah.
It's a book called Halloween, a Christmas one. The Nutcracker. These are wacko pictures I took from the LA, the Nutcracker. And anyway, in that Halloween book are some pretty weird pictures of some rotting pumpkins.
Nice.
Yeah,
I look forward to seeing that. Yeah.
Yes. So I had a lot of pictures myself of my rotting pumpkin from a few years ago, and I thought it definitely gets creepier. Eventually it turns to mush, but it looks creepy as it starts to rot. Yeah,
it looks very creepy, and if I spent some time like studying them and looking at them at different angles, and there's a few of them I think that within them I found a face that almost looked like it was the devil's face, you know.
Ooh, it's like seeing Jesus in a chip.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
seeing
right.
a cookie or whatever.
Yep.
I saw
I was
Jesus
thinking
in
a piece of toast, but you know.
no, but yeah. So all hail to Halloween for sure.
No, I love that. So, how did you actually find yourself then doing horror movie composing? And real quick here, I did find a picture.
Look at
This
that.
is of a pumpkin that I carved that was starting to rot, and I lit it up, and it still
Oh,
looked
that
cool.
is great, man. I
Oh, I love
love
it, Dale. Yeah, that's a perfect thing.
Yeah,
that's
once it started, it was very cute. So,
that is gorgeous.
thank
Bravo,
you.
bravo. How did I get? Well, it so happened I was at UCLA. I came out here not knowing anybody, never having written a cue for a film, never really having written for any live ensembles other than the bands that I played with. And I wrote a piece for concert band that was actually played or read through. But that was it. So I moved out here with just a dream of doing it. But fortunately, I after having been turned down at UCLA, I got my act together and reapplied and came out here and studied with a guy named David Raxon, who wrote the music he was one of the remaining masters of the golden age of film scoring. He wrote the scores to films like Laura, that film noir, The Bad and the Beautiful, the Hollywood film about Hollywood. That's a great movie and a great score. Forever Amber, Al Capone.
Nice.
He did lots and lots of movies. But I studied with him, but started to spend time over at Melnitz's Hall, which is where the filmmakers were, and got involved in doing student films. And that was back in the days when if a student wanted original music, it had to be done with live instruments. There was no home studio synth, anything. So that was a great,
Oh, wow.
I'm so glad I caught the tail end of that because that's how you learn to write for instruments. Anyway, I heard that there was this guy on campus who had gotten enough money to turn his senior thesis into a feature, and it was going to be a low budget horror film. And I said, well, I can do that, or I'd like to try to do that. And so I hustled. I mean, I really, and he didn't know anything about music. And so I think just he heard good things about me for the other students. And because I was insistent, he said, okay, you can do it. And well, I hope you can do it, but I'll let you try to do it. And the film, interestingly, ultimately was released, believe it or not. The title of the film is called The Dorm That Dripped Blood. And interesting, that film had a number of people that worked on it that since went on to do some pretty remarkable things, I guess. I'm sure lots of people that worked on it went off and did remarkable things, but the ones that were highlighted through getting some kind of recognition. Matthew Mungle, who did the monster makeup on it, won an Academy Award for Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, no way. Wow.
That was his first movie. Scott Alexander, who was like just a runner. He went to USC, but he was a runner. He ended up writing the screenplays for Ed Wood, The People versus Larry Flint, these kinds of movies. Extremely talented guy. And the actress that was in that, who then went on to do a bunch of movies and still doing movies, and she was on Melrose Place, was Daphne Zuniga. She was a student at the time. And so, so they liked what I did, gave me the opportunity to do their next movie, which was a supernatural thriller called The Power. There was a lot of powers, but this was the lowest of the lowest budgeted power films. And it was really on the basis of that one that I hustled and tried to get as many agents and music people from the different studios to come, because he had a screening in Westwood, the theater, which is still there. And that was a big deal, man, big deal. And so I invited agents and music studio people. The people that actually came to it, no one from the real studios came to it, but when I say real studios, bigger studios, but the guy who was head of post-production at New World Pictures and the person who was head of post-production at New Horizons Pictures, which was Roger Corman's company. They came, and what they were impressed with was, here's a guy who's just finishing up at UCLA, and he managed to get an orchestra in a room for what must have been no money. And that was the name of the game with those companies. They're all low budget companies. And my bit was, hire me, I can get an orchestra in there for virtually no money, and try to come up with a score that'll almost sound like something Jerry Goldsmith would have written, And so that was my calling card. And the thing with Roger Corman was, if you succeeded on whatever film he gave you, not only was the score supposed to score that movie, but was supposed to be good enough to be reused in other movies. And so I did one Corman film called, it was called Desert Warrior, which was, and they would describe it as their Road Warrior ripoff movie. And so I did the Roger Corman's Road Warrior ripoff movie with a pretty big 35 musicians for a budget that was like, it's the kind of budget they'd spend on lunch, today.
No, when you had to write music for this one film that was meant to be for these other ones, did you know you were writing for many films, or did you think, I'm just writing for fake Road Warrior?
Was I thinking that this might be the key to making something move forward? You mean, is that what you mean?
I mean, like you said that Roger Corman was having you make, like if you made a score for one movie, that it would have to then be the score for other things as well. Yeah.
No,
Did you know that when you wrote it?
No, I wasn't thinking. I didn't say, could you show me other movies to let me thinking of them when I wrote? No. I just wrote it for that movie, and hoping that they would be happy enough with it. First of all, to keep it in the movie, and then to use it in future movies, which they did. They used it in a few movies. One of them was Barbarian Queen.
Oh, I think I have seen that one.
Barbarian Queen had Lana Clarkson in it. And Lana Clarkson was the actress who tragically was shot to death by Phil Spector.
Oh, wow.
Remember Phil Spector, the woman that he ended up killing, who came to visit him at his house. That for one night they met each other at House of Blues. She was working at the House of Blues. I'd never met her. I just knew of her through this movie that I didn't even write the score for, but it was used in that movie. Yeah. And I just couldn't believe it, because she was young and she was talented. It was so sad. But anyway, it got used in that movie. They used to say about, if you work with Roger Corman, get one movie with Roger Corman, bravo. Get two, that's okay. Get three, uh-oh. I don't know what's going on. It's time to move on. Because Roger Corman's was a great place for a lot of beginners. James Cameron started there. Jack Nicholson started there. Joe Dante started there.
Ron Howard.
Ron Howard started there. In the music world, James Horner started there. I know
Oh,
Pino
okay.
Donaggio, the Italian composer, who did some horror films, especially those for Roger Corman, was there. He didn't start there, but he did do film scores there. But the other connection that I made that was the longer lasting one was with Tony Randall, who was then the head of post-production for New World Pictures. And he really took an interest in what I was doing. And, you know, I became like the in-house guy for all their low-budget movies. And I scored probably 8 films for them or something. Maybe it wasn't that, maybe 6. But the most important of them all was Hellraiser.
Yeah.
And then that changed everything, you know. And I was
when you're doing Hellraiser, like how much input does Clive Barker have on the score? Does he just let you do what you think's right, or does he have like an idea of like this is what I would like to enhance in the movie? Or
he definitely had some ideas, because the film I'd just done prior to that was Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
Mhm.
And again, I got that gig because I was the guy who could come in with, they had no money for that score and could get him an orchestra.
Mhm.
And as much as I loved the first score, I thought Charles Bernstein did a great score, but it was a synth score when synth scores were unheard of, really. They were novel. And I think Bob Shea felt like he'd been ripped off or something. And so he wanted a guy who was going to actually put the money into the music, which meant hiring an orchestra. So that was my thing. But as you know, the Freddy movies, I remember him coming into the session, and I promised him I'd have X number of musicians in the room. So when he came into the recording session, he went right up to the glass window that divided the booth from the studio itself, and he counted the musicians and turned around and gave me this eye sign that I followed through on the promise. But Clive said, first of all, Clive was going to use the band Coil to score Hellraiser. And it was Tony. I'm so indebted to Tony Randall. It's not the actor, but the director who did Hellbound, the sequel, to, you know, pulling Clive aside and saying, Clive, because he was the only guy that actually flew up, because it was all done in London, as you know. The whole film was shot overseas. I was one of, and Ashley Lawrence, the actress, I think we're one of the two few people that were actually from the United States who worked on it. So Tony flew over there as a representative from New World Pictures. And he sat Clive down. He said, Clive, tell me about Coil. And Clive said, well, they're my friends, and I really love the music that they're doing. And Tony said, have they ever scored a movie before? No. Do they understand what it means to catch cuts, you know, moments in the picture that need to be highlighted with the music in a very precise manner? He said, well, I don't think they do that. He said, well, I'd like to meet them. So we met them, and they kind of discovered what they were planning on doing was just writing, I guess, some wonderful ambient type music that was going to do comment on what you were seeing, but not play to the picture like lots of horror scores have to. Anyway, so Clive said, okay, you think this is the right guy? I'll go with it. I'm not sure. He must have talked to me in advance, but I do remember, if not in advance, once I was hired, I think I only met with Clive once in the flesh. And that was in Central Park West, somewhere in New York City when he was visiting. I flew out there and met him in his hotel room. And that's when he was very specific about a few things. The points that he made to me was, number one, I'm not looking for this to be a score that only treats as if they're all lunatics on the loose. this is not a slasher film, okay? And whereas Nightmare on Elm Street is. We go, if that's the kind of a score you're going to make for this movie, we're lost. He said, as I recall, and I have it on cassette somewhere. I recorded everything he said, but the gist of it was, this is a tragic love story in the guise of a horror film. It goes, this is a story about a woman who, though she is terribly abused by a man who happens to be her husband's brother, she so desperately wants his love that she's willing to do absolutely anything for him. And he said that has to somehow be caught in the music. If we can't sell this as a tragic love story, really, we're fucked, you know. And so that was my mission. Three things was, don't make it a slasher film. Make it a tragic love story at its heart. Number 3 is mystery. This whole idea of mystery, and I like music that alludes to, again, this invisible world, the thing unseen, unspeakable, but sensed on the screen. And 3, and this is the 4. This is the big thing that I thought after reading the books of Blood that he'd want me to do this kind of rah music that's all over the place, which I love doing, you know. But no, he said, no. I want something simple. So the main title for Hellraiser, it's very simple, and he liked that it's mysterious and simple, hummable. You know, it's like a haunted children's siren song or something. And so, yes, I have a memory of, again, when it was recorded, we didn't have the money to project the movie. The orchestra played to a click metronome, tick, 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 tick.
Wow.
And we didn't really know how it was going to play to the picture until it was transferred to mag and then cut to the picture. My favorite cue in that film, without a shadow of a doubt, though I like the main title, whatever, the one that's talked about a lot is that resurrection waltz when Frank is his name. Frank comes back to life. That's a fine cue. But the one I really like is when she has the flashback when, what's her name again?
Julia?
Julia has the flashback in which she remembers meeting Frank, you know, when he comes to the door and it's raining, and then she walks into the room and she remembers them making love. And it was written there.
And the guy's getting his hand scraped with the nail, and
cutting between them in bed and the husband walking up the stairs with the mattress, and then he cuts his hand on the nail. That's a Clive thing all the way. The pain and pleasure, or the pleasure pain, you know, duplex simultaneously. And I don't know what happened, but that really was the cue that changed everything kind of in my mind, because we cut that to the picture and we were in this tiny little room at New World Pictures doing the playback of that. And the thing ended. We just watched it with picture and dialogue, very little sound effects. Picture, dialogue, and music, minimal sound effects. The scene ended and there was silence in the room. And we looked at each other and we stood up and we hugged each other. Just a bunch of guys hugging each other. And I remember crying. Now, I was really tired and I was crying. And Clive and Tony and even the picture editor who was there, I was surprised. oh, this actually does work to picture. And I thought, you know what? Maybe this is an indication that I'm maybe supposed to be a film composer. Maybe, this is what I'm meant to do. Because I didn't know. I mean, I was lucky to get these calls, and I wanted it so badly. But I wasn't sure if I had it. What could I offer? And I think that scene changed the party for me in many ways. I think it did. And that film has become a classic. Who would have guessed? We didn't guess. No one guessed. Clive didn't even know it was going to be a classic. He didn't even know that Pinhead was the star.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he's really not of the movie or the book. It's like you said, it's the love affair between Frank and Julia. And
I think that's the thing that makes it different. I mean, I don't know. I have no perspective really of what that film is about, because everyone goes, "Oh, Hellraiser, it's the best movie ever made." And I go, "Really?" I don't think any of us, and I still don't. I don't entirely get it, but apparently that movie, coupled with the direction I got from Clive and the few things that he said to me, my writing changed overnight, I guess, because the difference between that and Nightmare on Elm Street is the difference between night and day, and I think they follow each other directly, maybe.
Yeah.
And that opened up the door. All of a sudden, oh yeah, that guy Chris Young, he's got a thing going. Oh, what's that thing? You never know what it is, but so I thank God that I had a chance to meet Tony Randall. It's amazing. I go back to my days at UCLA and think with such affection, with such love for those who I had the opportunity to interact with, all the students, everyone who helped me make the connection with Jeff Obrow Jeff Obrow, Steve Carpenter, Jeff Obrow and Steve Carpenter, who co-directed The Dorm That Drip Blood, and the power and how that opened up a door, and then that opened up another door. It's a miracle. It really is. I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Well, you're very talented as well.
I got talent, but so do a lot of people.
Yeah, having connections and getting in.
Yeah. It's just
And when you do the score, do you prefer someone like Clive who gives you the like their input, or would you rather just like have total control over the whole idea, I guess?
Absolutely not. My job as a film composer is to mind meld with the director, to try my best to enter his or her mind and try to see the film from their perspective entirely. If I don't find out what their perspective is, how can I possibly write the right score? I can write a score that I might like. That doesn't mean they're going to like it. And they are my audience.
Mm-hmm.
The director is the only person in the theater I need to really worry about, other than the team of people that are supporting him. But he or she is always number one.
It was interesting when you were talking about how Clive was describing the unknown and having your music. But earlier on, when you were talking about pumpkins, you were talking about having the pumpkin and being in dark spaces where you really didn't know what was there. And it sounded very similar to the way he described what he wants his film to be. And I'm like, this makes sense that you two would connect, because you both have that.
Yes, we definitely have that. And that's one of the things that I do when I'm working on a film. That's kind of second nature, I guess, for me. If it's a scary movie and there is this implied sense of mystery, I'm always trying to before I write a note, step inside that world, to step into the image and try to use music to deepen the space of that image, to create the environment that maybe didn't come across on the screen as effectively as the director wanted. I think that's one of the reasons why they like what I'm doing, is that I'm expanding, I think, the depth of this world that this story is involved with, and also trying somehow, and I get that these are the nicest compliments, that it's not an impersonal score, rather you're getting a sense that you're trying to have the music connect with one or more of the characters and what they're going through. So, it becomes a much more personalized storyline, musically speaking, if you're thinking of seeing the film from their perspective, as was the case with Julia and Hellraiser, and virtually every movie in which there is a scary movie, in which there is this sense of tragedy, of which all the best scary movies, there is a sense of tragedy, isn't it? The case, monster movies. Well,
very true.
I think that really comes through, especially in the first two Hellraiser movies, is the sadness of the Cenobites themselves too, when they're on screen.
What about the Cenobites?
I think the music, especially the first two Hellraisers, the sadness of those characters actually really come through. I think Pinhead's actually a very sad character.
Which one is sad? Pinhead?
Pinhead, I think, himself. Because I don't, in the first two movies, I don't think he's necessarily an evil character. He's doing what he's, what he's meant to do. And he doesn't really take, pleasure in it either, I don't think.
Well,
in the third one and on, it's a little different. But in the first two.
I'm embarrassed to say I've never seen the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. Only the first two. I was offered the third one, and I would have done it had they not had less music for the third one than they did for the first one. I wasn't in it to make money. I will not get involved in a movie if I know it's a losing fight. Meaning, I got to outdo myself. They had more money for Hellbound than they did for Hellraiser. So I could do, and by the way, I mean, I appreciate you saying that, yes, Pinhead's a tragic character, but I don't think the music addressed that really at all. It wasn't my intention to do that. In the first movie, we didn't even know that they were the stars. No one said to me, we need you to make this person tragic or something about them.
They were monsters.
Scare the fuck out of us.
Yeah.
So the first one, it was really more of an electronic. There's only one area in that score where I go semi-electronic, which is, again, more music concrete, acoustic instruments that are screwed around with, not factory sample stuff. But so it's ambient, weird stuff. The second film, Tony said, man, okay, this movie's going to be a goddamn celebration. I want it to be a celebration of horror, big gothic bashes and bams and booms. And so the main title for Hellbound is like pulling all the stops out. It's like a much bigger orchestra with a choir and big bombastic stuff. Nothing sweet anymore. I think maybe there's a couple of lyrical areas in it for sure, but his intent was different than Clive's. And so when we first see Pinhead, it's like when he comes in, I can't remember the scene, he comes in with the other guys, the other Cenobites surrounding him. He wanted me to have that sound like the black god is entering or something. And so it's very gothic, and bombastic. And we're supposed to fear over, like, oh, hallelujah, Prince of Darkness is here or something.
So having worked on the first one and understanding the story and what was supposed to happen, do you think that the second one, with all of this, extra dramatization of what's already a very big drama, do you feel like, maybe we should have kept it back? Do you feel good about that? Do you feel better about that? Like, what are your feelings towards it? Or is it just impersonal?
You know, I love them both. I love them both. I'm glad, actually, that when I moved to the second one, I wasn't asked to continue doing the same from the first. I've done that. Can I better that by staying in the same zone? I wasn't sure. When Tony turned to me and said, okay, yeah, explode. Because you remember, in Hellbound, if I'm not mistaken, they start off with a montage of scenes from the first film.
Yes.
And they're mixed in mono. It's a very tiny, low budget kind of vibe. And then it ends with the guys going, or something like that, screaming.
Yes.
It fizzes out. And then the word Hellbound comes in. And the only thing that all of a sudden we go to stereo, and that's the orchestra, The orchestra, when it comes in with the main title, that gives it, I was told, this has to be the new, improved, bigger, and better version of that. And so, even Tony told me, I mean, at the time, you remember the Road Warrior movie?
Oh, yeah.
The second one.
Yeah.
Remember how it started off with, I remember the Road Warrior. And it was a black and white thing. And it was all mixed in mono. I remember going to see a test screening of that in Westwood. And I didn't see the first one. What was the first one called?
Mad Max.
Mad Max. I did not see Mad Max. I go to see this movie, and it's in black and white, and the curtains are like 3/4 closed on the screen in this gigantic theater. And I remember the Road Warrior. I've seen this black and white or whatever, really low budget mono thing. I go, what's going on here? This is the big new movie. Ooh, they got a problem. Then they finished that, and I don't know. The curtains then spread, and the camera zooms down, and it's the chase, right? And it's now in surround, and you're going, oh my God, holy moly, And that's kind of what he was doing. He was having clips from the first film in mono, and the widespread was the music. The music was supposed to do what the opening of the curtains and the camera and the surround sound and going into color. So it was a pretty heavy responsibility. But he said, that's the kind of effect I want with your score.
Yeah.
So anyway, I prepared a concert suite of both scores that's been performed live numerous times. And it starts off with a Hellbound main title. Coming with a, right, it hits hard. And so I would have to say, in a weird way, as a whole, I think the second score is my favorite. Though the first score is more subdued because it's a love story as opposed to a celebration of horror. I still it was my first opportunity to really let it all hang out, set off the cannons and get bombastic.
You said you're offered the third one. Did they have any ideas at all at that point? Like what they wanted?
We never got that far. I don't think I ever met the director. They did, I just said, if you could get more money for the score, I'm count me in. But they said, sorry, we actually, I guess from that moment on, after Hellbound, they were in the let's make some money.
Mhm.
I don't know what the film turned out like, but it was done. I'm guessing the budget on that, or at least for the music, I know for sure it was less than what they had on the first movie, or right around there, something like that. I wanted to outdo myself. We have so many great examples of these trilogies. Again, when I worked on that, we had the Omen trilogy with the scores by Jerry Goldsmith. All you have to do is listen to those and, realize you've got a fucking massively awesome act to follow here. How can you do that? John Williams with the Star Wars and the Indiana Jones trilogy. Have they all been done by the time Hellraiser? I don't think so. No, I know the Omen scores have been done.
Star Wars probably was.
Star Wars probably has been done. So those two were enough to scare the shit out of me.
Oh.
Because there's no better way, or at least I thought at the time, to compare how has this composer grown than to hear 1, 2, 3. And in the case of of Star Wars and The Omen, you definitely can hear growth in that composer, and both of those composers were. And that's what I felt like I was up against.
And were you ever asked to do any of the sequels after the third one?
No, I don't. I mean, no, I would. No, I don't think so. However, it's interesting in the Nightmare series. I did 2, and it's weird with Nightmare. After the first one, they said, whatever you do, don't do the score like Charles Bernstein. I do number 2, and the third one, they hire a composer and they say, whatever you do, don't do what the composer did on the second one. And that's true. That's why there's so little unity in those scores. But they did come to me, I think, on the 5th one and said, would you do this? And I would have done it, but I was on another movie. And I'm just not one who can do 2 at once and feel okay about it. I'm not a ghostwriting, a guy who approves of people coming in ghostwriting. So, well, that's the music stuff and the picture stuff. We don't have to talk about the pictures if you don't want me. I'm happy to talk about the music.
Do you have any to show, Neil?
Any what?
Well, when I was emailed, I believe only one was supposed to show on here. So, everyone can look at them on your website, and that is officialchristopheryoung.com.
Right.
They are very cool, and I was actually curious: is there any similarities?
You honestly like them?
Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you something. When you say that to me, I know the way you just said it. I know you really do think they're cool. If we don't talk about it, that's okay. I'm about to cry because seriously. Well, because this is something that I was terrified. That's why it took me so long to put these 35 or 25 books. Why so long?
A lot.
Terrified that I would get laughs because I don't know what I'm really doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I just see it and fake it or something. And
well, I do have a lot of questions about the photography, honestly. A couple. Well, first of all, you said you see things and stuff. So are these all pictures that you just saw and you took? Or are there any times you put things together to take a picture of? Or are there things that were already there and you didn't move around at all? You're trying to capture them.
No, there are things that I see that I immediately go, oh, I know what I can think I can do with that. And so many of these are transformed from the original thing that it was, through using all the different, transformative apps that they've got, to modify the picture. But no, I don't set anything up. Nothing there is set up. It's all spontaneous for the most part. So many of those pictures. I'm a big fan of those haunted attractions. I love them. And as a matter of fact, this Halloween, this October, this is the third time I've done this, where I get on a plane and travel around the country and go to,
Oh, cool.
9 or 10 of the ones that are voted the best.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Haunted Overload? That's the one Annabelle and I went to. Yeah.
Haunted Overload. It's in New Hampshire, and it's.
Oh, I've not been in any in New Hampshire. The furthest north I've gotten is New York State.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Pennsylvania and Maryland this Halloween. And so Pennsylvania's got like so many of them. I think I went to 4 or 5 in Pennsylvania, 4 in Pennsylvania, 2 in Maryland, Baton Rouge, Fort Worth, Dallas. Basically 4 states.
Mm-hmm.
4 states. And, some of them don't let you take pictures, unfortunately. The majority of them don't. And that's an unfortunate thing. A lot of the ones that are in that book come from those that do.
Okay.
And I'm just walking with my camera and just taking, I see them, oh yes. And then like this past weekend, I went to the Krampus event here in LA.
You did?
Oh,
I wanted to go so badly.
Are you in LA?
In what thing?
Well, where do you live, Annabelle?
I'm out in New England. I'm way out here, far away in New England.
Far away, okay. Because they do this Krampus thing here in LA every year. The guy who wrote the definitive book on the Krampus, the history of Krampus, his name's Alan Rittenauer. And he's the host of these, because he lives in LA, these LA Krampus events. And so I was there this weekend, and I dance around them and move the camera and sweep it and swirl it and do screwy things with the camera. But a lot of the faces that you see in those photos, or you will be seeing in the photos if you haven't seen them already, are Krampus.
Interesting.
Characters, things that I see in these haunted attractions, or things that I don't know. I don't know where but I've got over 100,000 photos or something I've taken. Which is I was a professional photographer. They go 100,000, big shit. No, seriously, they probably do 100. 100,000 is probably the amount that they do in a year. I don't know, but so
what I'm flipping through it right now.
I have a picture of what I'm trying to accomplish with them.
Yeah.
And then, because I'm very clear about that.
Yeah.
And then I try to find things that allow for me to get a bit closer to that idea. And in black and white, it's easy. I'm now trying to do things in color.
Yeah, it's a big
That's
difference.
not so easy. I'm still trying to find my footing. How do I maintain this sense of the invisible world and this inevitable sense of mystery and slight fear? I don't call it horror. I'm reluctant to call these pictures horror photographs. I consider mostly just dark, mysterious.
Is there any similarities to how you go about composing music and how you're going to do photography? Because one thing I noticed, because you said about like when you're Hellraiser, you're trying to interpret what Clive Barker wants for his thing. And when you're taking pictures of someone else's art, are you trying to like get the right angle or something that would be maybe in your mind their interpretation of what they were going for?
When I'm taking pictures of someone else, what do you mean by that? Someone else?
Like when you're at the haunts at the haunts and you're taking pictures of something that someone made there. Maybe trying to capture their interpretation of what you think they would be trying to.
I'm not even thinking about them. I'm thinking I'm in an environment as if I was just a normal photographer going into a haunted house. I'm not thinking about the people that made this building and why it might be haunted. Well, I am thinking about that, but no, I think it's a free for all. I just walk into a space, and again, these are actors in costumes. They're things that you see that I didn't make. They were placed there for sure. So I can't. It's weird. I can't claim authorship. It's not like I built this room and filled it with things that I wanted to shoot, and then walk through it, as if I was a passenger going through a space that I had nothing to do with. No, I guess it's weird when you like you said, when you're taking pictures of things that actually were put there by somebody else, or they're a character in a costume. Can I really take authorship of it? I don't know. But in answer to your question, I'm not thinking so much about what their intent was. It's like, how can I borrow these items and screw around with them to make them seem like they are coming forth from this universe or this world that I'm imagining. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sounds so different. Yeah. It just sounds so different from what you talk about when you're working with filmmakers, where this is just you. You don't have anybody to please. You're just taking pictures in the way you want to, the way that looks best to you, for you.
Right. Absolutely true. I have no master other than, and I'm trying not to be, as a film composer, man, as a composer who happened to have stumbled into films and have never left it. This apparently was what God, I think, has wanted me to do, as was attested by that moment in Hellraiser during that lovemaking scene. I think that was the moment in which the light really went on in my head. And I said, I think this is what he may really want me to do. Not just what I want to do, but what he may want me to do. But as a film composer, because that's where I spend the majority of my time, I'm so immersed in the insecurities of thinking it's never good enough. Now, the thing about photography is that I go about it not with the same kind of anxieties that I have as a composer. So it's kind of fun. The only terror that I have connected to it is it going to be laughed at? We all are terrified of exposing something that we think is valuable and have it laughed at.
Yeah.
Isn't that a horrible kind of thing? They talk about these dreams you have when you show up to school naked, and be laughed at, or you do something that is so ridiculous that you humiliated so badly that you want to bury your head, not only your head but your entire body in the sand. So, no, I'm having fun with
just so people know, if you go to your website, it's official. What is the website? officialchristopheryoung.com, and you can scroll through the books. And so here's an example of some of the photographs, and I think they're great. And I picked these because it's like what you're saying, where they're it's in the dark, but you can still see enough where
Yeah. I like the one on the left. I have not the foggiest clue. I can't remember where I took that one. I do remember the one on the right though. That was taken. Every year at the Queen Mary, they do a horror or they do a haunted playground outside, and so this was a passageway into one of these haunted attractions.
Interesting.
Up on the deck of the Queen Mary, looking down at these people,
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah.
That I remember. That I remember. Those, but I would not. I'm glad you like them. Those necessarily, the ones that I like are the ones that you look at and you go, "What the fuck?"
There are many. There's like ones that I love them. I really think
The ones, yeah, the ones that
awesome.
are
I like the high contrast.
Say that I interrupted you. What'd you just say?
Oh, I was just saying I'm looking at them and I love some things are up close and some things are far, but it feels like there's a story in it.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, it feels like these are every shot seems like like a frame out of a film.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, here'd be a couple that maybe you can't quite, totally make out exactly what is there, like you were saying.
The one on the left, that I can't remember either. The one on the right, that was taken, I think, in Huntington Beach.
Is that a lobster on the right?
A lobster.
I thought the same
That's
thing.
a lobster.
Yeah, nice.
That's a lobster in one of those lobster tanks waiting to be eaten. And those are reflections of people looking at the lobster.
Wow.
I think that's me on the right, looking at the lobster. That's an old one. That's probably was taken.
I really like that one.
One of the early ones, yeah. The face on the left. Oh, that was actually taken, I think, in my living room. Yeah.
Oh, no way.
Yes, that's taken in my living room. But it's fucked with. I mean, I'm playing with the camera to blur it out. Yeah. So
So are you going to be making a movie?
What's that? Excuse me?
Are you going to be making your own movie?
No, I'm not making my own movie. Nor am I going to be, strangely, unless I had to do a gallery. I want to print some of these in an actual book. Whether I don't think I'm going to do all 25 of them, but maybe I'll put together 1 or 2 books that are the best of them. But I'd love to do a gallery thing. That's sort of my fantasy in the future. Maybe next year, come Halloween time. But the question is, will I write music for that?
Oh, please.
I'm inclined to be terrified at trying to score my own stuff. It's one thing to score someone else's. That's what I've been doing for the last 35 years, is scoring somebody else's visuals. Scoring my own, God knows what I would do.
Amazing.
I would do injustice to the pictures.
What if they elevate each other?
Say that again?
What if they elevate each other?
Well, maybe they will. Maybe they will. I mean, I've got so much music. Maybe I could use something that pre-exists. I don't know. But that's the question. Do I when I'm taking these pictures, I cannot tell a lie. It's not like I have music like humming in my head, in my head. No, sometimes yes, but often, I mean, I have music in my head all the time anyway, but is it addressing the pictures when I'm taking them? Not necessarily, because so many of these pictures I'm in environments where there's so much noise anyway.
Yeah.
It's hard to think music.
Yeah.
By the way, I just noticed, is that an Antlers t-shirt you're wearing?
It is. Tell me something. Who is
I love that.
Oh, it was my favorite horror movie of that year. It's a great film.
Oh, is that
it's dark.
Yeah.
Oh, see,
well,
I was at one of the horror festivals, and I saw this T-shirt, and I went, "Wow, that is weird." I thought it was the name of a band. Someone told me it was the name of a band.
Oh, I would recommend Seeking Out Antlers. It's a good movie.
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro movie. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
it's a fantastic movie.
Yeah, it is.
Very dark.
Is it?
Very
Is
dark.
it
Deals with it deals with some really intense real life things.
Okay, is it not a slasher? Is it a slasher?
No.
Good. That's good.
There's like monster, but it's not a slasher.
Yeah.
Mindfuck movie, huh?
It is kind of, yeah. It's like
mindfuck movies and ghost stories.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite. I don't like slasher films. Never have.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Yes. Yes. I wish I could say with certainty I've had experiences, the firsthand experiences that would allow me to believe that was the case. That indeed I had factual evidence that they existed. I've had a couple of situations where I thought I'd experienced a ghost. One being in the Queen Mary, which is one of the 10 most haunted places in the United States. And the other one was in, what's the name of that graveyard? A graveyard in Salem, Massachusetts.
Oh.
On Halloween.
Yeah. That's right up the street from us. It's the one with the witches are buried.
No, not that one. That's the where they have the memorials names and on those seats.
Yeah.
You're talking about like it's hidden away off to the side.
It's off to the side, and it's the name of the street. God. But that's my favorite graveyard, actually. It's the graveyard that apparently was where Giles Corey was crushed to death.
Yeah.
You know, he was the only witch that was
crushed. And he
Right.
wouldn't admit that he was, and it was over several days. They kept putting the stones on him.
Several days, and apparently at the far lower corner of that is where he was crushed, or so it is believed. But I had an experience in there where I thought I was speaking to a ghost, but I can't believe it was a ghost in retrospect. He wanted me to believe he was a ghost, and I certainly for a moment did think he was a ghost. But you know, this was on Halloween, and I was the only person in the graveyard at the time. This is right around, you know how it is at Salem. They shut down. The party is over at like 11:15 or something.
Police just push you all out on their horses.
They push you out, and I was in the graveyard, and it's going to come to something street graveyard. But I was in that cemetery, and I walked from the gate, which was open, down, and it's a slight hill towards the back. And it was really dark. And I saw this person who I immediately thought, well, something's a little off here, but I'm not going to think this is a ghost for sure. But lo and behold, this person told me that they were dead. I went, no. You're very much like me. No, I want you to look at the graveyard over there. If not now, later. And that's where I was buried. I go, okay, all right. And he said, he told me a few things about myself that I was surprised that he got so accurately, but you know how these things go. Mm-hmm. Then he said, I'm going to give you a word that I want you to hold quietly to yourself. And should you ever be in a situation where you're feeling a sense of panic because you're stressed, repeat this word and it'll make you feel safe. And he wrote it down on a piece of paper and then gave it to me. So when he gave it to me, I could feel a hand. So I said, wait a second, this can't be a ghost. Okay, this can't be a ghost. And then the fireworks went off because they set off fireworks when the party's over, basically. And I said, oh, I love fireworks. Wait for a moment. Let me go just up the hill here, just a little bit, because I want to be able to see the fireworks. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Please don't leave. He said, I'll wait. I was up there for 3 minutes, maybe not even that. And then I walked back down the hill, and he was gone. Now, oh yeah, so what? Yeah, but the strange thing about it was this, on the other side, I think there was a fence, and wasn't there like an institute for either prisoners or the mentally that old building that they knocked
Then it
down?
was like a hotel, I think.
Nah, it wasn't a hotel. It was like
the Howard Street Cemetery.
Which one? The Howard Street Cemetery.
Yeah. Yep.
Howard Street Cemetery.
I got that from Jimmy Pants. He grew up in Salem.
Okay, Howard Street Cemetery. There used to be, when I went there, they had a. This is when that building was still up there. It was abandoned. They would take tours into it because I think it was. I don't know. Was it an institution for people?
Oh, yeah.
It's probably
I remember
long gone now.
I think it's just a shell of a building. It's just this. You're not allowed to go in that building.
Knocked down, and now there's residences there.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, they've completely knocked it down. But when I was there was a metal fence separated at the end of the cemetery with this building, which was dilapidated and abandoned, and that's supposed to be haunted. And there were a handful of trees that that were supposed to cover that fence a little bit. And I went down, and we were talking down at the very end, and there's the wire fence, and there's no way he could have climbed over it. And I walked and looked behind the few trees that were there. No, he wasn't hiding behind the trees. There was a brick wall on the far right side as you were looking at the fence. The fireworks, I was looking that direction. I didn't see him jump over the fence. That's the only thing that creeped me out, is where did he go? How did he just vanish? And at that moment I said, oh, wait a second, what is going on here? So interestingly, of course, I've been back there twice to see if I could reconnect with this guy. Right around the same time. I've never seen him since. Some of the pictures in the book were taken there.
Oh, okay, nice.
There's some trees, actually, and there are trees that I loved. My favorite. I love taking pictures of trees, but my favorite tree shots. Maybe they haven't appeared yet. I don't know which book they're in. I can't even remember. We still have like another 12 more books to go, I think.
Wow.
Something like that. There's a total of 25. And let's see here. Give me a second.
No problem.
The next group, let's see here. The next group, we have a book called 1 and 3, What? Insect, Fish, and Frog. Group 6 on January 15th. That's on on Christmas Day, actually. 3 books are being released. 1 and 3, What? Insects, Fish, and Frog. And on January 15th, Dante's Nightmare, Groups and Bedroom Window, Group 7. On February 5th, 1 and 4, Point Comfort Autumn. Group 8, Salem, Massachusetts.
Nice.
The last one, Halloween, Christmas Lights, and the Nutcracker. So my guess is maybe in the Salem, Mass one are these pictures of the trees that were taken at the Howard Street Cemetery. Those trees were spooky.
Yeah, the trees are like holding.
They're the trees
them.
If you're in the Howard Street Cemetery and you're looking down the hill, there's the gate that comes right off of Howard Street that gives you the entrance, and you go down a little hill. They're the trees on the far left.
Okay.
And they used to, because I remember going back there wanting to take pictures. It wasn't the same anymore. These things change as we all change as we get older, But anyway, so a number of the pictures come from Salem. A lot of them do, actually.
I'm really fascinated by your telling of the ghost story.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? That story?
Yeah, the
great
way you
story.
tell it, I'm like, man, this guy seems like you're so tuned into it, and the way you feel impressions, and yeah, it was really interesting.
Well, I'm alone. You see, whenever I take these trips, I'm always alone,
Oh,
Mhm.
and so that gives me. I mean, of course, when you're at Salem on Halloween, you're not alone.
no. Few
You
people.
have to find a place of quiet. I remember my first time there, I was shocked how naive I was to think that it was going to be like a sacred gathering of people who were really true believers.
They
It's
have that somewhere. It's just not on Derby Street.
no, it's not
No.
there. It's like Party Central, and I get it. It's like they here in LA, they have this parade that happens in West Hollywood, and it's a nut house. It's like Times Square in New York City, Halloween time. Same thing in Salem, but it's afterwards. I always stay after Halloween. And as a matter of fact, one of my favorite times in Salem, they used to do these witches' circles.
Mm-hmm.
They still do it down in the main, what do you call it, the main, right in front of the Hawthorne Hotel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or the field there, or whatever they call it, the park.
Yep.
They do something there on Halloween, but wasn't quite the same. They used to do one up at Gallows Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
We're going to one of those up on Gallows Hill and going. I was a little hesitant for it, went alone, and I have never had such an exciting time. I think, as being amongst these people who were like true believers, and it, it just, they stopped doing it because I guess the guy that was responsible for it passed. I think he passed.
Wow.
So they canceled the ones up at Gallows Hill.
Wow.
That's too bad because that was the good stuff. The down in the park in front of Hawthorne Hotel, not so great. I went to one of those witches' dinners too.
Was that any good?
okay.
What's that?
Was it any good?
The silent witches' dinner.
Yeah. So I see stuff like that. I'm like, I don't know. I'm a very frugal person here, so I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna pay $150 to go to the vampire ball or something like that.
Yeah.
No, I didn't go to the Empire Ball. I looked at that because it's very expensive, and I don't like to get costumes. I just know it's noisy with rock and roll music, and I'm just not into blast. Whatever. That's not my scene on Halloween. I don't want to. Rock and roll.
Club
Yeah.
But the silent witches dinner. I've been to it twice.
Oh.
The first time it was in one of the ballrooms at the Hawthorne Hotel, and the whole routine is you're supposed to bring a photo of a loved one who's passed on. And you put it on this table. It's like a semi-altar or whatever. And the idea is you're supposed to sit there in the presence of the witches. You cannot talk and you have a dinner, like a 3 or 4 course dinner. And you put out energies, and the combined energies, hopefully the idea, I think, is supposed to increase the communication with the deceased.
Okay.
But here's the thing that kind of blew it for me when I went there the first time and the second time. But it was blown for 2 reasons. The rule is you can't speak. Okay, great. Silence. Fantastic. Silence. But it wasn't silence because they had music playing constantly. Okay. And what it was in order to make you feel sadness for those that are deceased, they played all these, I consider them pretty syrupy love songs.
Oh, okay.
Like at the time, as much as I love this song, James Horner's My Heart Will Go On Forever, okay. By that time, it had been on the radio nonstop, and it was playing like once every 12 minutes. They
Oh
on, and I go, no.
no.
With the speakers, silent. That's not,
No.
silent. You can't talk, but silence means silence.
Yeah.
No music.
Yeah.
No, that room for me, that kind of broke this thing. Like and I didn't want to hear Barbara Streisand. Help me. No, not Barbara Streisand.
No.
Not, you know what I mean. I mean, a little
No,
cheesy. The second time they did the same thing, but the odd thing about it is that you weren't supposed to smoke or drink or talk. Or maybe could you drink? All I remember is the guys that were throwing the party started talking. The ones that told you can't speak started speaking themselves. And it was like, I don't get this. I can't take this seriously. But it's an experience. I'm really glad I did it. Would I do it again? Probably, because how often do you get an experience? You get to experience something like this. Well, once in a lifetime, maybe it'll be 3. I love these things that are so weird. I love going to celebrations that include groups of people celebrating something, even if I'm not really that interested in what they're celebrating. There's this energy.
That could be even more interesting then.
I will say, Salem has now. I am not part of this belief system.
Yeah, but it's kind of cool to be in the midst of people that do honestly believe in this.
They have the Satanic Temple in Salem, and they perform rituals. And they're not like, there's no babies or anything like that. But I went to one actually for a class. The class was a multicultural class. And so you were supposed to pick a place of worship that you weren't familiar with to go and be a part of whatever and learn. And I knew that was there. And I'm like, this would be interesting to me. And I like being able to go there in the guise of I'm doing this project. It was so cool. It was so great.
Well,
it was
nice.
It was people that were doing these this ritual of trying to get through a trauma. So there's this big, giant, amazing Baphomet statue. It's really beautiful in this dark room, and there's a person with a tasteful robe, and people were well dressed, and they'd come in and they'd recite a thing, and they'd all write out in advance like whatever they wanted to write out on this little piece of paper. They'd say their thing. And then they were invited to put that piece of paper into fire, and then they would take out the burnt piece and extinguish it in this thing of water. And it was this really cool, like transformational thing for these people. And then afterwards, there was very nice refreshments, and people were talking. People were very emotional. People were sharing about like traumas if they felt comfortable, and it was a very nice space. It was very meaningful. Yeah. So if you're in Salem, if you're willing to just try different things.
Well, there's all kinds of fun things to do, right?
I've been there.
Have you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, I heard about it. The Church of Satan. I go, oh, man. Nah, I got to go to this place.
Wait, you went to
Guys, I got to run.
There.
They have that big Satan sitting on the chair in that.
Yeah.
Whatever portable trunk or something in the back of the parking lot. I remember that. And did you have to go? He had to go.
I don't know what happened. I think you'll be back.
Okay, I don't know how long we're supposed to be. I'm just babbling
on. Up to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Keep talking.
But yes, I went there.
Yeah.
And alone. Did you go alone? Or did you go with someone?
I went with those 2 people. There's 2 people in my school community. And we did that. There was a Vietnamese Buddhist temple, and then there was one other thing I couldn't go to.
But so I was fascinated, but of course a little worried. I didn't know. I'd never been to a Church of Satan. I've never gotten connected with anyone who was a true believer. And but when I went there were 3 guys, and I was the only person there because it was pretty late at night.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them came up to me and said, "Did you do the music for one of these things?" I said, yeah. And wow, okay. And I think that they, since when you didn't you do the I've done so many friggin' movies that have got the devil in them. No, really, I think I could go into of the living composers. I've probably done more films that have the devil in them than anyone. I could probably get an entry into the Guinness World Book of Records or something.
That would be a cool entry.
What did he say? Oh, there was the Emily Rose movie, whatever that was called. The Exorcist.
Yeah. The Exorcist of Emily Rose, yeah.
Movies I've done. Exorcism of Emily Rose. I can't even remember the names of these things.
Yeah.
So many of these films
have
have
a lot of credits.
The Deliver Us from Evil. That was a film that had an exorcism scene in it with the devil, or a guy possessed by the devil. But anyway, Bless the Child. Okay, another ironic one. But anyway, so I've had a lot of opportunities to score Satan, and that makes me feel bloody. I feel a certain amount of guilt for that. Let me tell you.
Interesting.
Oh, and as a matter, yeah, and of course, Leviathan in Hellbound. It's the devil, I guess, a manifestation of the devil. They figure this out that I've done these things. They want to talk with me about it. And I think they, for some reason, got it in their head that I must have been more connected to the devil than I am. And I said, I'm not, I'm curious, but I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm not a devil worshiper, whatever. And so, but they were very nice to me. Once I said, no, this is not my thing, they took me for the tour and they showed me that big metal room in the parking lot, right? It's in the back of the park.
Is this the one in Salem?
This is the one in Salem.
Okay.
I'm talking about. Is that the one you're talking about?
The one in there. I don't think there's. Well, now that I think about it, when is the last time you went?
Oh, I went.
There's a big purple and black building. That's the one that they're in now. There's this big purple and black house. That's where they're in now.
Yeah, there was a house.
Yeah.
There was a house. And
it's inside the building, though. It's in there in its own special room.
Like
yeah. But they do not believe in the devil.
What's that?
That religion does not believe in the devil.
Oh, that doesn't believe in the devil.
No, the Satanic Temple does. Oh, it's kind of a rhyme. Satanic Temple doesn't believe in the devil. The Church of Satan does.
I saw the Church of Satan.
That's what I'm thinking. There is one of those as well.
I saw.
They have like they don't get along.
Whatever place it was, in the parking lot, they had this big metal room. It was like a thing that you would fill and transport important things. And there was a devil.
Yeah.
Sitting on a chair, right? Is that the same? You open up the doors and there it is sitting.
Yeah.
Is that the one you saw?
Has to be. I don't know. It's amazing, like professional sculpture.
Yeah,
it's like bronze. It's incredible.
I can't remember what it was.
I'll find a picture and see if.
But it was.
At any rate, yeah.
Salem or just outside. I remember I had to drive a bit I had to get a taxi to take me to this place because it wasn't connected. But they were advertising it in Salem, the Salem town itself. And, wherever I went, I don't know, yeah, they recognized I'd worked in the movies, were anxious to see it. I was involved, more directly connected to the devil. I said no. And they took me to this room that was separate from the house. It was, like I said, I think it was in the parking lot or in the back somewhere that had I wasn't sure if it was, I thought it was, anyway, a big Satan dude sitting in a throne, as I recall. This goes back years ago, probably 8 years ago.
I think it's probably around the time that it was made. Yeah. That the
Anyway,
sculpture was made. But yes, so
that's one of those situations where, like you said, you're in amongst people that are believers in something that's not what you're believing in, but there's an excitement of
well, it was a really interesting thing for the two people who came, my other my fellow students came with me because they were very scared. And I'm like, no one is going to harm you or curse you. Just go in and just talk with people. And they found out that church or the satanic temple, they're like trolls. They're like professional trolls. So then, what's his name?
Was this it?
That's it. Yeah, I just sent it to you. Well, that's the one that we have out
But
here.
yeah, there might be. I mean, there might be different ones.
that. Made, and was that outside? It was in a separate room, right?
It might have been outside at one point while they were trying to get the room set up on the
I
inside.
just thought it was inside the same building as everything else.
Yes, but it may have been. Oh wait, I've got.
This kind of looks familiar. That looks familiar.
Let me.
This one they actually would transfer and put they put it outside.
So here.
I know, like
I have to look at.
It's been in the news where they like places they would send it places where they'd put up like a statue of the 10 Commandments or something with the idea like this is supposed to be separation of church and state, but you have the 10 Commandments, so we're also gonna represent Satanism or whatever here. So if it wasn't a separate thing, maybe it was being transferred back or transferred.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
But that's what they do. They push buttons about religion. So if there's for the most part, Christian stuff that's being like placed out there, and they don't like that, so they use this. It's like a protest religion.
Right.
Yeah, it's an interesting and complicated thing.
Right. I'm trying to take myself back there. We should move off this, but
yes,
didn't they have a room that was a collection of something? What was it that there was a collection of that was unusual? It's not going to come back to me. Anyway, so I went to the same place and got it wrong. I don't know what this place was. It was one of these
I might be wrong.
places that had some aspect of the devil connected to it, and
Jeremy Aruda says Flowers in the Attic is one of the most beautiful scores that I've heard. It's been inspirational to a lot of my own music writing.
Jeremy, I can't thank you enough for feeling that's the case. That was an exciting film to work on for sure. It was based on the V.C. Andrews book. It was another New World picture that I worked on. The same company that I did the Hellraiser film for. What I remember about that picture is that the director, whose name I can't recall right now, only because my brain is not what it used to be with names, was so embarrassed by the film and he took his name off of it.
Wow.
And they had gone out and temped the film with different kinds of horror music, be it orchestral or synth. And it was, I guess, so over the top that the audience was laughing. The audiences laughed at the film.
Wow.
Felt they had a terrible problem. And I was hired by the Freeze Company. The Freezes were the producers of the picture. Oh God, it was Charles Freeze was the head of the owner of the company was Charles Freeze and the New World Entertainment co-production. And the the son was the one that I had dealings with, not the directors. He'd left. And he said, listen, Chris, I have no idea what to do with this score. We're at a loss because we tried temping it and all it did was make the audience laugh. It's a scary film, but not really. And here was the situation. I must have done this after Hellraiser, I'm guessing, because indeed it's a story about a little girl who and a brother, a sister, and then a younger child. I guess it was another boy or girl. I can't remember. 3 of them. And at the beginning of the movie, the middle-aged girl is given a present by her father, and it's a music box. The father dies, and that's when the whole things go south. The mother tries to get rid of the kids by taking them to the grandmother's house and putting them up and locking them up in the attic so she can start all over again without kids. And so that flowers in the attic. So the question was, how am I going to make this score work? You know, it's scary, but that's not what I can focus on. And so I said, you know what I'm going to do first is write the music for the music box, the gift she gets from her father, because that's the only thing she takes with her from the home that before she moves into the grandmother's attic. And so I said, I'm going to write that. And I wrote that, you know, and that tune that I wrote for it was a sweet tune. I think it was a waltz. And I said, no, wait a second. You know, if I tell this story from the point of view of this girl and what she's going through, now we may have something here. I'm personalizing the story and talking about it as a story of a girl who's missing her father, who is brokenhearted and dreaming of a life outside of the attic. And so that's the thing that brought meaning to that score. And I wish I could say that concept was something entirely new, but my guiding light on that was Elmer Bernstein's score, not the music, but the concept for To Kill a Mockingbird is the name of the movie. To Kill a Mockingbird. That Elmer Bernstein chose to write grown-up music from the perspective of the 2 children. Atticus's two children's perspective. And I thought, you know, it worked in that movie. Why can't it work in this movie? And so that was the guiding light. That's probably why, because I wrote a sweet tune. It's a scary movie, and yet the main theme is a haunting lullaby for flute and string orchestra and harp and piano. It's interesting because I've recently taken that score, and I should get this off to this person. I should send this to this person who called if they love that score so much. I've since developed that into a concert piece, which is taking some of the original cues, the ones that are more romantic, not the scary stuff, but the romantic stuff that have to do with the child, the girl. And I've connected them into a suite, and I've written much more flute music for it. So it's now I guess about a 13, 14-minute piece for flute and orchestra. It's like a tone poem for flute and orchestra. And
wow.
So I'm touched, honored that he feels that way. But that tune, I remember we played it, and the the son of Charles Fries, who's passed. And I can't remember his name. I haven't, of course, I haven't had, this is like 40 years, like 35 years ago, I worked on this movie. But he was so thrilled, jaw dropped when he heard it. He said, "Oh my God, what an interesting, wonderful way to address this movie." He says, "I'm going to call the director and have him come over here and hear this." So the director came over. He too, his jaw dropped. Jeffrey Bloom, I think his name was. He said, "I'm putting my name back on the picture." And so I think it was the music that helped him decide he wanted to put his name back on the movie. And to me, the thing that is the best thing about that score is that I saw it from her perspective. I do like that tune. I think it's maybe one of the best tunes I ever wrote for a film. And albeit, I guess, I don't know what you call that, a thriller. It's not a horror film. It's a thriller, I guess. Yeah. And so it's precisely thanks to Elmer Bernstein and To Kill a Mockingbird that I figured the solution out, or borrowed a solution to make that work.
Jeremy would love to. You said about that you wrote the orchestra music. He would love to see that or hear that. I guess.
Okay, I can send him an audio copy of it. How do we do this? How do I send this?
Send it to me.
I can.
Yeah, you can have the person who set this interview up can send it to, and I'll forward it. Yeah.
Okay, or I can give my email. I don't mind.
Yeah. Either way.
Okay, here's my email, Jeremy. Okay, it's CY, small c, small y, 4700 at gmail.com. CY 4700 at gmail.com. And just remind me that we met on the show here and that you're the fan of that score. I'd love to get it to you.
Very good.
You know, I remixed. It's funny. Back in those days, everything was recorded on 2-inch tape, and you're supposed to turn the tapes into the studio at the end of the project. By contract, I would never turn the tapes. I would turn blank tapes in boxes, and they wouldn't know the difference. Like, held on to the original tapes. I got the original Hellraiser tapes, and I remixed them. I was able to remix. My feeling about Flowers in the Attic was I misuse reverb. It's too washed out in reverb, so I've smoothed that out, and so it's the original performances with new flute, but a mix of it all. Okay.
Do you ever do that tour and do like live music from the movies?
Have I ever done concerts of live stuff?
Yeah.
Well, my dream is to do, and I was set to do this about 5 years ago. I'd love to do a Halloween concert. And I looked around at theaters here, ones that would be big enough to house a big orchestra and choir. And I found a place. I was almost set to go with it. And then I couldn't see it through because of money. But that would have been, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it before I take that magic carpet to outer space. I'm definitely going to do a concert of Halloween music. But I've had stuff performed by different orchestras, sure. And usually it's the scary stuff. I've had, like I said, the Hellraiser Hellbound suite has been performed 3 times. The suite I did for violin and orchestra of Drag Me to Hell, there's another devil movie.
Oh, that's true.
Drag Me to Hell.
Yeah.
That has been performed twice. I've had the Spider-Man suite performed. I've twice. I've had the score for Heavy Metal Band. I had Dave Lombardo fronting the band, the guitarist from Nine Inch Nails. This is for the film Ghost Rider. And that's for a heavy metal band and a big orchestra. That's been performed live. And you know, some of the dramatic stuff, Creation and Shipping News, Murder in the First, these things have been played too. So in answer to your question, yes. Not frequently, but yes. There's usually a concert sometime during the year. And by the way, I should end with this if we're running out of time here, which is this year, at the beginning of this year, in February, last year, I was asked to write a new score for the silent film Nosferatu.
Yes, this is very exciting. I'm a huge fan of Nosferatu, and I saw this on your credits, so yeah.
Yes, so I wrote a 93-minute score. It's a 5-act movie. It was for the Zurich Symphony Orchestra. It was premiered in their famous theater in Zurich. It's Tonhalle. That's not the name of the. You think I'd know by now, but it's this big old concert hall, and I wrote it for big orchestra and organ, and it was performed live 2 nights. The audience, it was packed. The audience went berserk. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but they really got into it. I was like it was a dream come true that night, because it was an evening that was just my own music and 93 minutes. So yes, we are trying to get future performances of that. There's a company that asked me to write it, that's promoting the crap out of it now. CD is going to be coming out on Warner's Classics, I think, and even a DVD or the BluRay we're trying to get out of the picture with the new score. Anyway, that was real exciting. Yeah, 93 minutes, right? And it's just picture and music. No sound effects here.
No.
So nothing to hide behind.
Yeah, that's very exciting. That's awesome. So officialchristopheryoung.com. You can see all of your news up there, and I really recommend both of us to go and look at your books. Not just because you're here. I really think the photography is great.
It was really interesting to see that part of you.
I really, really appreciate you both saying that. Yes. It means the world to me, honestly. I'm so touched that you actually, I know you are sort of like excited by them. And as I mentioned earlier, my greatest fear was that everyone was going to be whispering behind my back. What do we tell them? What do we tell them? He's our friend, But no, I'm thank you very much.
You're very welcome. It's very sincere.
Doing this. This has been a wonderful evening.
Yeah, I've loved it too, and we can do it again sometime.
I would love to do it. I've got another movie coming out beginning of next year called The Piper, and it's a retelling of the Pied Piper of Hamlet story.
Interesting.
Film, a modern retelling of that story. And I got to write a flute concerto.
Oh, very cool.
It's filmed in the picture. It's part of the actual picture.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's exciting.
Cool.
Maybe after that we can talk or something.
Yeah, we'll do that. The rest of your books will be out by then. We'll talk. We'll be able to see some of the new photos. And yeah, that'll be a good time.
Excellent, my friends.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the time.
Christoph, yes.
Thank you for your time.
Cristobalo. Cristobal. Yeah.
And Nicholas Vince told us to tell you hello.
Oh, that's great.
The chatterer, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Sweet dreams to you, my friends. Sweet dreams.
You as well. Good night.
Bye, Annabelle.
Bye.
Well, we can take you out here if
It's,
I know sometimes it's hard to get out here. We'll move him out of here. There we go. That's easier.
That
All right,
was so nice.
That
Woo.
was great.
That time went like whoop. Not that every time we're talking with people, time flies. But
yeah, I know it's great because you could tell he's very passionate about everything he does.
Yeah,
and it's honestly, his stuff is great. I honestly really love looking at all the books, all the photos, and I think
I mentioned something about him making films because it's like you have something here. You've got a lot going on.
It kind of, I like when we saw Fabio Frizzi, even something like that where you could have the images in the back and play music. I don't know. There's lots of different things.
Well, it's tough because of the orchestra part.
Right. That's very true.
He does because I was thinking like how to troubleshoot this because like John Carpenter has like a regular band and he has like a synthesizer in front of him and they can do all of that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That could be the orchestra part. I don't know if he can have like a small orchestra. I don't even know if it's possible. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think it would be amazing if he did tours.
Yes. Yeah, I agree 100%. Super. We met him at Bizarre AC. We got a fun interview from there. Unfortunately, it was one of the lost interviews with when I had a hard drive completely. I actually tried to get it restored, even for a lot of money, and they couldn't do it. But
wow.
But I'm glad we got him on the show here.
Yeah, he was good. He was very funny.
I look forward to doing it again sometime. It'd be great. So
yeah,
we're going to be having Nicholas Vince interview. It is not live, but you guys can send in comments and stuff throughout the show, and we'll pop them up here on the thing.
That can happen?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's great.
So that'll be fun.
It's great. Just in advance is a great interview. So don't be like, oh, it's not live. Well, some of you probably aren't watching this live now anyways. You're watching
right. So it doesn't matter.
Great interview.
It'll be the first time anyone sees it besides us. So.
Besides us and him.
Yeah. Right. Yes. And then I don't know how it'll probably be kind of late when that's over. So
might be.
So I do want to let people know though. Next week Jen Wexler will be on from Sacrifice Game, and Damien Rugna from When Evil Lurks. Both of those are on Shudder, so you've got a week to watch them both before the interview. That'll be cool. Mm-hmm. And just confirmed
too, I believe.
What was that?
Her other film, The Ranger.
The Ranger, right? And I don't know where Terrified is. I have not seen Terrified, but people really rave over it, so I need to see Terrified. Terrified. That is Damien, one of Damien's other films.
Oh.
The images are very creepy when you look it up. So very weird, very creepy. And his other When Evil Lurks is very grim. So
I would call it the best horror of the year.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. And I just talked. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to spoil my list for the 13 in January.
When does that happen, anyways?
Usually we usually try to do it it'll be in January. Maybe not the first week, but it'll be in January. And it'll be us and Justin Bernard Head and Terrible Troy. And if Todd and Joe are, I know things are happening, but if either can do it,
I wonder if they would come on the show live.
Yeah, we'll see. And I just talked to someone earlier today, and it's confirmed so it'll be the 28th, I believe it is, the return of Buddy Cooper, who was one of our original guests, the writer and director of The Mutilator. And I've told this story before, where he sent me a copy of The Mutilator before it had an actual release. This is an 80s slasher film. And then we did the interview. A couple weeks later, Buddy called me up and he's like, can I get that copy back? Because it was his only copy of the Mutilator, and the only uncut copy. So I had to send him the actual copy back. Since then, it's been released on Blu-ray, and I would say if I didn't send it back, they wouldn't have the copy. And as it turns out, he is making a sequel. It's like 40 years later,
Oh wow,
Mutilator 2, and he's going to come on the show and talk about it. So it's
cool,
going to be very cool.
excellent.
All right, so
So
we got a music. We're going to play
yes.
Christmas music here from The Other, and then we'll go into the Nicholas Vince interview.
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right.
Stille Nacht, blutige Nacht, alles schläft, einer hackt mit der Axt auf das ruhende Paar. Blutige Schönheit mit lockigem Haar, Schlaf in tödlicher Ruhe, Schlaf in tödlicher Ruhe. Blutige Nacht, Eindringling, oh wie er lacht, hämisch aus dem zahnlosen Mund. Da nun schlägt die letzte Stund, Christ, er hilft dir nicht mehr, Christ, er hilft dir nicht mehr.
Well, welcome to the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by actor and writer and very well groomed and our friend Nicholas Vince. It's good to have you back.
Lovely to be back. Love the well groomed. Did shave, especially about an hour ago. So I thought, oh yeah, I haven't shaved for a few days, but oh yeah, I definitely got to shave.
My hat covers up. I haven't shaved for a little bit.
It's one who it's a knitted.
Yeah, that was
You don't have this
crocheted for
problem,
me.
Annabelle.
I haven't shaved either, but
Well, fair enough.
This is knitted, Neil. Where did your hat come from?
It was actually someone made it for me when I used to wear a Krampus sweater, which is good thing it's too big for me now, but it was the matching hat that someone made for me on Facebook, and the name escapes me at the moment. I feel very bad, but and it's a pretty sweet hat though.
It looks wonderful. It looks
Thank
wonderful.
you.
It
Yeah.
does look wonderful. And
It's very
as I said,
cold here. So.
it's wet and damp. It's not as cold as it has been. We were down to like -2 or 3 degrees Celsius.
Yeah,
So a couple of these degrees below freezing last week, I think, or the week before. So it has been very cold, and I think it's going to get, but it's just been wet and damp and grey and overcast, and not nice.
where it
Windy,
is where I am
very,
now.
very. We've now got 2 named storms just flying over the top of us at the moment. So yeah, it's quite windy inside.
Well, I'm glad we had a storm because we thought, well, it would have been nice to go to New York, but there's such amount of weather today in New York. I'm like, I'm not driving in that, but it worked out because we're like, this is a great opportunity to see you. I haven't seen you in years and years.
I know, and you've just suddenly reminded me. I have friends who are in New York. I mean, I have friends who live there, but my mate Stuart and Lindsay are supposed. Doug Bradley, I hope he made it as well.
Yeah, he was just at a convention or festival.
He was at a festival receiving a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Oh, that's right.
And my friends, Stuart and Lindsay were across. Stuart directed, co-wrote and directed a film called How to Kill Monsters, which came out doing the festival circuit. And that was screening just before Doug's Lifetime Achievement Award. ceremony. So Stuart and Lindsay were hoping to get to meet Doug. So I'm hoping that I've not been checking social media.
I did see his trophy. I was very jealous. It's a pretty sweet. It's a very cool trophy that he received.
Oh, okay. He got there okay then.
Yeah,
That's fine. Oh, yeah. That all went well.
Right.
But you're absolutely right, Annabelle. Yes, and it's been years. It's been way too long. Way too long.
Absolutely. Are you still making it out here? I'm so out of it because I was out of Without Your Head.
I was over at the beginning of last year, and I'm at the end of January. I'm back out again. Atlanta. Yes, I believe I'm in Atlanta. Yeah.
The Days of the Dead one?
Days of the Dead. Yes, in Atlanta. And I've got a couple more, I think. I'm not sure if they've been announced yet, but yes, I'm hoping that to be coming across again in the near future.
I think I'm going kind of in reverse, but while we're talking about different appearances, where is the best place for people to find where you'll be?
My website. Having said that with complete confidence, I thought I really should update the website. I know, because I've just come to the end, like 2-3 weeks ago. So we had some big storms over here. Really, really big storms over here, like 80-90 mile an hour winds and so on.
Whoa.
And I was traveling with Barbie and Simon during one. Speaking of awards, we got Cine Excess gave us, this a couple of months ago now, gave us an award. And we went to Birmingham. Then we had to fly up to Aberdeen, and then Simon and I went back to Sheffield. So literally from more or less, from London to the middle of the country to the north of the country, north in Scotland, and all over the weekend of this big storm called Babette. And then I thought, oh, well, that was really, really worrying and rather stressful, etc. And then a couple of weeks later, I was in Belgium for a screening of I Am Monsters at Razor Reel Festival. And that was Storm Kieran. So yet another storm.
You're better in storm
around, yeah.
I think you said Kieran and Babette.
Yeah.
It's way better than ours.
Yeah.
Like Hurricane Andy.
Yeah. It's been really quite interesting, my travels just recently, but now I'm at home and it's nice and calm, just winding down for Christmas and so on. But yeah, go to the website because I seldom make it onto Facebook because I'm writing at the moment. I'm doing a lot of writing. So I've got a few projects that I'm chipping away at the moment. So yeah, but the website's the best place to find me.
You mentioned Monsters. Amazing.
Say again?
I loved it. It was amazing. I loved it. Truly loved it so much.
Thank you.
I was really interested how you were on stage, and then sometimes they would chop in with stuff that was recorded in the studio, and I thought that was good. I thought it was good to kind of, for me anyways, to have these different kinds of elements to it to keep me feel like I'm in it. I liked that very much.
Thank you. Well, I think this was very deliberate because when so basically the story, for those of you who don't know, I Am Monsters started off as a stage play, a one-man show, ran about 50 minutes plus some audience questions as part of the London Horror Festival in 2019. And the plan was like 2019, great, we'll, next year I'm going to take this out on the road. Yes, that really didn't happen in 2020. But during that time, a mate of mine called Mitch Harrod, who runs a wonderful, wonderful festival if you're ever in London, called the Soho Horror Festival. And obviously he couldn't run it in person, so he did a Home Horror Festival. And he just said, Nick, would you like, he come along to see the show, really liked it, and he said, would you like to do some excerpts, just record them in your home and film them? I thought, okay, yeah, I'll try and do that. That sounds interesting, something to do. So I did that, and then I looked at it and I thought, oh, actually, this does kind of work. This is interesting. And then I thought, okay, if we would do this, how do we do this? Because I think I have watched some really good performances where the director has literally made the camera as if they're a member of the audience. and I didn't enjoy those so much because then you only get to see the full figure, which is great, and that's all part of the performance. But I think if you are in a theatre, then it works. But film, they've got these wonderful things called close-ups and mid shots and so on, so you can, so the yeah, so in the script it's referred to as the space, those excerpts where we go into a set, basically, just so that you can, so I can be closer to you and talk to you and so on, because it's all, but also there are a couple of moments, in fact, where I'm on stage. So we did have a live audience. I did do a performance which we filmed with 3 cameras, but we also shot the same pieces without an audience, which I like. There's only a couple of moments, but you're suddenly realize that actually I'm there alone on the stage as well, which I also think is quite interesting.
To back to the original one-man show. Now, you've been an actor for a long time, so you've been on stage many times, and you've told some of these stories before. But what was it like to tell all these stories? Some of them maybe for the first time in front of an audience for the first time.
It was really interesting. I think because, as I say, it was part of the London Horror Festival, and I was really lucky. Quite a few people came to see it, including a whole load of mates, including in fact, really lucky when we did the premiere of the film at Fright Fest back in the audience. People who'd actually seen the stage show came to see the film as well, which I thought was really interesting. Very good of them. It was. I remember standing at the side of the stage when I did the first performance of I Am Monsters, and again we'd set it up that I wasn't just standing in the middle of the stage talking. There's parts where I was reading stuff from a lectern that we had at the side of the stage. You see a bit of that in the film. On the stage show, the excerpts from the books that had influenced me, I read those and did them as readings rather than as straight up performances, but also had a chair and a stool that I could sit on. And it was all carefully choreographed, but it did mean that it was set up so that if I got tired, I could go and sit down and have a glass of water. Or on the first, I think about 20 minutes in the first performance, I was standing in the middle of the stage and going, no idea what I'm supposed to say. No idea whatsoever. So I just casually walked over to the lectern where I'd made a mind map of, are you familiar with the term?
No.
Oh, okay. So this was in I think it's Tony Buzzin off the top of my head. A guy back in the 1970s, 1970s. The idea is you put a one, rather than, if you're making notes about something and trying to lay something out in your head, rather than writing things in a list, one above the other, you put a one word in the middle of a piece of paper that is your topic, is the thing that you're working at. And then you do a branch if you have an idea and you write one word. And then if there's something else that relates to that, you do. But then if you have a new that's not kind of obviously related to the word in the middle, you do other branches. So you end up with this kind of web of ideas. And I'd used it. I'd known people who use this as a aid memoir. So I have images, and the whole thing about the mind map is to use as many images as possible rather than words, just effect. So basically on the lectern, I had this complete mind map of the entire show so that I knew exactly where I was supposed to be and what the story was supposed to be. Because I think it was the one-man show is very definitely a conversation with the audience. As you say, Neil, I'm telling stories that I've told before, and quite a lot of them at conventions, but I was also revealing a whole load of stuff that I've never spoken about before.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, like, just like you performed before, but to actually tell like really personal stories in front of people, I don't know if that was a completely different experience.
It is, because you're a lot more naked. You're definitely not. You're not being somebody else. This is you. I mean, this is me literally, opening my chest. This is my beating heart. Here's my beating heart. this is, you know, this is my history, this is my story, this is me thinking about playing monsters, being a monster, being accused of being a monster, being told I'm a monster because I was gay. So it's a, but I think the great thing is about an audience. I remember, I want to say it might have been Malcolm McDowell telling me about, I happened to go for lunch with Chris, my manager, is also Malcolm's manager, and Malcolm and I are friends. And I remember Malcolm saying, Nick, it was either Malcolm or it was Julian Sands. It actually might have been Julian Sands, another friend of mine, dear Julian, who we lost at the beginning of this year, was just devastating as far as I'm concerned. Just said, Nick, the audience is your friend. And they're not here to, they want to have a good time. They've made the effort to come out. They're obviously interested in your stories. They want to know about. Just talk, just think that you're just telling stories to a friend as if you were, you know, that was it. And I think that piece of advice, I think was the real key. It was just like, okay, I'm just chatting to a friend now.
That's lovely.
Yeah. And of course, when you've got a live show, then you're getting reactions, and that changes. I know I can tell when I think the performances in the space are different to the ones where I'm on the stage, and you can tell that it's a slightly different vibe. I think they both work. But as you were saying, Annabelle, I think it was important that, because if it had just been a film stage performance, I don't think it would have been as interesting.
I think it would be difficult, exactly the reasons you said. And you can watch things that are stage performances that work, but it's these huge productions. You know, there is a lot of stuff for your eye to be diverted to. So I think I love the way you did it. I love the way you did it.
Thank you.
What an amazing story. And you were mentioning the story of you and being a monster, and that brought me to the idea of it's not only the story of you, it's a story in the context of history at that time. And you brought us through history, which I thought was fascinating.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think that was important to me because I wanted people to really understand what the context is. I think it's a very difficult time in our history. We're talking about the AIDS crisis. We're talking about the way people were treated and are treated, and it's not just about. And again, it's prior to that, as I alluded to as well, it's just literally just being gay was a problem. Even before the AIDS crisis and since the AIDS crisis, being gay is a problem in so many parts of the world. It's really, really difficult for people. I think that was important to me as well. I don't think. Trying to remember how clearly I explained at what point I think my experience, I think as a gay man, is about this kind of two comings out, to use that expression. You have to come out to yourself first. Before you tell anybody else in the world, you have to acknowledge this to yourself. And that there is that part of the process as well. And then there is the actual more general coming out where you actually have to tell relations, and there's the whole amount of fear. There's that yourself, then your close family and friends, how are they going to react? And then how do you deal with it in society? How do you deal with it with strangers? How do you deal with it in jobs, or in clubs, or whatever your situation is? I was kind of lucky because people always assumed I was straight anyway, because I was never a kind of the flamboyant camp type personality. That just wasn't me. So I didn't. It kind of led to other problems. kind of explaining to people, no, I'm not straight. You've made, this is not going to go, explain to women, this is not going to, we can just be friends, okay? This is just not going to happen. So there was all that as well. So it was important to me that I kind of put my experience out there. Now, I don't think it's a particularly brave or magnificent, but it's just my story. And
well, I think that makes it really relatable too, because there's going to be people that have similar experiences, even if it's not the exact experience.
Yeah. Yes. Well, thank you. Yes, I think that's one of my hope. I'm very conscious of the age I am, and young people, as I mentioned in the film, huge strides have been made, and of course, it always feels as if it's a pendulum. The more accepting it is, then the more kickback you get, and then it swings over to things, the more right-wing oppressive regime, and then people rebel against that, and it swings. And I think what I want, I think reading online, young people just saying, yeah, it's okay, Grandad. We know, it's not like that now. We don't need to worry about it. We've got this sorted. I think, well, yes, you have. And I'm really, really pleased for young people. The fact that young people really seem to have a much better handle and understanding, generally speaking, than was in the society when I was growing up in my early 20s. But I think it's a warning. I think you have to be constantly vigilant about things. I know I follow stuff going on in the US, and it's not just in the US, it's in the UK as well. There are always people who are wanting to shove people back in the closet. There are always people who are wanting to,
what you were just saying too there about what's happening in the US, it's also happening other places. I think sometimes as an American, people here think that we're the only place that has bigotry to a certain degree. Or at least the only civilized country that does. But I didn't even know about Section 28 until I was watching the I Am Monsters.
Yeah, I think it's a part of history, and as I say, it's a part of the history that's been kind of done away with eventually. But now it's trans people. So that the next over here now it's trans people who are really getting it in the net, and it's like, oh no, you have to be scared of them. This is what I talk about, and again, what I wanted to talk about in I Am Monsters is that it's all about fear, and it's all about trying to control people, and it's all about for me to feel safe, you have to behave in a particular way. For me to feel okay with the world, you have to be like me. You have to believe like I do, and you have to behave, and you have to love in the way that I do. And I think that's part of the bigotry, and it's all based on fear. It all comes from fear, but also people just wanting to. I think that's a lot of it, of the psychology of it, but a lot of it is just politicians wanting to get power. Yes. It's people just wanting to get power. Over here it's trans people and it's refugees. We have just the most appalling government, and have for the last 10 years. Funnily enough, the same government, the same party that introduced Section 28. And I think, it's the story doesn't change that much, unfortunately, at the time. You constantly have to be vigilant and supportive and loving and caring.
And I think there is a lot of fear, but there's also people, you mentioned bullies, and there are people who are bullies. I remember when politics were changing here, and the day after the election, the first Trump election, I worked with people, young people, one of whom was, you said you passed as straight, this person did not.
Right.
A woman who is very, very, she presented as like the butch, and she was barely maybe 17, 18, came over to me that morning scared. And Derek Neal, he makes puzzle boxes. He's lots and lots of And he had posted, like someone had a sign on their door saying, threatening, like, now is the time for you to be scared. And it's it was more graphic than that, but just, I think, like you were saying, things get better, but that vigilance, that there's people that are realizing, where are we safe? Where can we go? Are there places where there's a club that someone's going to go in and shoot or drive a car
Yeah.
into people? And it's broadly, I think people are more accepted, but then you have those single scary people that act out in a severe way.
Yeah, and I think it's not. I think the trouble is, it's not just single scary people it's groups of people.
Yeah.
We see them over here. We see them over. We see them throughout the world. The interesting thing about bullies, and something that I discovered after making the film, after shooting it and editing it, I was listening to a radio program, and they were talking about bullying, particularly school bullying, which I talk about in the film. And the psychologist was saying, what you have to understand is that the bully is probably bullied at home and has got a really, really bad home life. And this is them exerting control. They've got no control. They've got no safety at home. And one of these things, and it suddenly struck me, and something I hadn't really thought about my experience until because making this film brought up an awful, making the stage show and so brought up an awful lot of memories which I'd really not thought about. But there was one thing I'd really not. I thought I kind of half had the memory, I think, when I was working on the film, but I couldn't put it in context, and that was the main bully. At my school, I talk about the fact that it's kind of stopped when I was 16 because the bullies left. There was one boy in particular, and I remember just a huge sigh of relief and knowing that it was very different. And I was being about 16, 17. I've been 17 at this stage, and it was the first term back. And then one of this guy's friends said, "Nick, what you've never known is the fact that he's an orphan. He was in care. He'd lost his parents at a very young age." And it wasn't until I'd heard the radio program think, okay, now this begins to make more sense. I mentioned, I think you're expected to fight back if you're being bullied. And I just never thought that was a really good solution to these things. I think now people really understand that you have to have dialogue and that the bully has got a problem, and that actually by helping the bully understand their problem, they're less likely to pick on people. The victim, in the same way that people who are weaker and so on, the whole idea is if you are the bullied person, if you are the victim, you are somehow therefore weak, and that that I talk about some of the problems that engenders. But also helping that person find strength to be able to stand up for themselves and be confident in themselves. I think there's a lot more understanding around then than there was in the 1970s.
Yeah.
I hope to God there is, anyway.
It's tough, I know, for teachers because they're so overrun, and I feel like, like you said, at home, those people aren't. I'm sure for their own reasons, their own histories, parents and adults are not necessarily paying attention to the best interests of their child. That becomes the bully. I wish there was more help for those bullies, that there was more in the school. Hey, because teachers know these things. They realize it, but it's kind of out of the scope of what they're supposed to do. And it's tough because where are these kids going to be noticed? They're not going to be noticed at home. They're not.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is to do that as well. But of course, then it's about how do you help the parent as well? The parents, because they're the home life. And I think particularly now, you have parents struggling so much with the cost of living crisis, particularly over here, we have parents at the wits' end trying to feed their child, let alone give them emotional support and understanding and so on. You know, got families living on the edge. The statistics over here are horrifying. You know, food banks where you can go and get free food because you can't feed your family. This government has basically created the situation where they're at an all-time high over here. We've got more families, we've got more children in poverty than we ever had before. And I think those are the underlying things you really need to talk about.
Was there a moment or an instance or a reason like you decided to write I Am Monsters when you did?
Yeah, I think obviously it started with the stage show, which was part of the London Horror Festival. Now, when I did this in 2019, I had been the patron of the London Horror Festival for about 6 years at that stage. And that meant I got to go along and see all these amazing shows. Basically, it was fringe theatre. It was, you get to be in a small theatre, usually above a pub, 60 or 70 people in the audience. And some of the most intriguing shows that I'd seen were one-person shows, both male and female. Extraordinary stuff, some amazing things. And I just thought, oh, well, you know what? I do tell all these stories at conventions when I'm at in the States. People do enjoy these, and so it really would be interesting to kind of stitch these all together. Or if I'm going to do that, then let's put this into context. Let's actually, you know, let's go behind the scenes. And I don't just mean behind the camera. I mean going way back. As you know, I start with me as a 4-year-old. So, you know, we really go, actually, it goes, yeah, no. One of the clips at the very beginning is Mum pregnant with me feeding a donkey. I wish I'd have been at Cologne Zoo, I think. I was really lucky that the whole beginning of the film is based on the photography, the films that my father shot, the home films that my father shot, home cinema my father shot. So I think, yeah, it was like, okay, let's try and put this, because you know, when we're at conventions, people are interested in. And I do not knock anybody who asks me how long does it take to put the makeup on. That's a great question as far as I'm concerned. Let's talk about more about than this. And can I think about more about this? And let's really think about what monsters are, particularly now. Yeah. Particularly what's going on in the world now. And gosh, well, you know, since I wrote and directed and created this thing.
About the makeup there, something I never thought about is I know you couldn't see very well and everything, but the fact that when I was watching, I was thinking, oh, you actually couldn't even see yourself as Chatterer when you have it on. Like you couldn't look in a mirror. So when was the first time you actually saw yourself like fully makeup as Chatterer? And also, do you think how would that have affected you if you could have seen and you saw like in a mirror what you looked like?
Very interesting question now, very interesting. I was thinking, when was the first time? I suspect I will have been shown a Polaroid of the Chatterer that they took at the makeup tests. So a week or so before we actually started filming in October, when they did the makeup test, they took photographs. I remember seeing and I suspect they would have shown it. I mean, I knew what the mask looked like on the plaster bust that they used to keep it on. But obviously didn't know what it looked like on camera. Definitely didn't get to see any clips of the films. One thing that's not mentioned in the film, quick aside, is that when we did the makeup tests, the teeth were sharp. And that Clive had decided that he said the feedback I got was that he'd said that it made it not look human. He looked too fish-like, and it took away some of the humanity. And actually, just having the teeth as teeth was more effective. I think it definitely was. So I think I definitely didn't see anything. We didn't have a crew screening. It will have been with my mum, yeah, and my dad and the rest of my family and a couple of close friends in the cinema. This is the first time that I saw myself as Chatterer. And how did it make a difference? I think because of all that, I think it the chat as I describe in the thing. I think it was more to do with the movement as opposed to. Funnily enough, you can tell how the performance would have changed if you Google Chatterer in Hellbound corridor scenes. The scenes they didn't use where I'm running down a corridor chasing Ashley and Tiffany. It's a very different performance because I'm running and so on. And funnily enough, when I looked at that stuff, I thought I'm so glad they didn't keep that in because I think he's far more powerful when he's very still. Yeah. When he is restricted and so on, that actually makes him more threatening because whereas if you had me leaping around the set and so on, weirdly, I think it might have weakened the character.
It's kind of like Hannibal Lecter, I think, is more powerful when he's physically can't get to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Anthony Hopkins just standing there. Hello, Clarice. Yeah.
The body is very almost. I mean, it is this kind of undead creature, but it's very corpse-like. How still it is, which I think is really like if you think about the Mummy, like Neil was saying about Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd not thought about that before. He is very corpse-like, particularly if you compare him to the others, particularly the female and Doug as Pinhead. They're very, very clearly human, and they speak like human beings. I mean, poor Simon Bamford would have spoken if he'd be able to, if they hadn't given his lines to the female Cenobite. He's very, he's a guy with glasses on. Looks very, but there is something very corpse-like about. You're right. He is very much like a mummy.
A Chatterer is a big part of your life, obviously. So, was there any point in time that you didn't like to talk about Chatterer and Hellraiser?
Not that I remember. I've always been terribly grateful.
Yeah. Well, some people, like you said about different flowing, some people, kind of resent their character at some point, yes, and then they come to accept it.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's do you either of you guys watch Doctor Who?
You mentioned that, and I was like, I love older Doctor Who in particular. Yeah. I just started watching it on repeat recently.
Yeah, because it's the 60th anniversary, so we're getting some specials which are going to be on Hulu or Disney Plus in the States, and there is a really, really good drama documentary about the creation of Hellraiser, and William Hartnell. I remember the interview at the time. William Hartnell came across as really dismissive. It's like this children's program. What are you talking to me about? And I always remember that he comes across as being very bitter. I've never felt that. I think you're absolutely right, Neil. It's so personal, as I reveal in the film. It is so personal to me, and it's brought me such joy. It's brought me in terms of opportunities. It's not just being in the films, but being able to go on and write comics and write short stories and other stuff, all comes from having played the Chatterer in Hellraiser. So yeah, I've always just been incredibly grateful. And it's like one of my favorite things. And which way do I swing? I can never remember. Yes, there we are. So I've got it's there. They're there. So that you can now 3D print Chatterer.
Oh, amazing.
And there are two examples. This one I think is this I was given at when I was up in Aberdeen. So this is a 3D print. The white version is the same thing Thank you. Exactly the same print, but not painted, obviously.
Wow.
Oh, I
Um,
love how at the base it's all
and
muscle.
this was just, and
looking.
you can actually get all four of us as 3D prints as well. But it's all the detail of the
Yeah.
box.
I think it
and-
even has the split head on the back.
Oh yeah, yes, he has the split head. Somebody who created this really spent a lot of time looking at
Yeah.
these, that really studied him. From
And not
every
to
single
spoil I
act.
Am Monsters, there's a great story about the split head in I Am
Yes.
Monsters,
Yes.
which I had never heard that before. So that
Oh,
was
thank
very
you.
cool.
Well, yeah, I also think that there are stories I've never had a chance to tell, and there are still more stories. I swear there are still, because as I was going through them and going through the film, I've forgotten all about that one. I'm probably only a handful now because I've got as many in there as I possibly could. But there are still moments that
Was Clive
and
aware of? I'm sorry. Was Clive aware of like your surgery and stuff? I just wonder if that had any input on him, like thinking of you for Chatter.
It's interesting. It's people who watch the. That is the thing that is implied but never stated. But yes, no, very clearly, he did. Yes, he knew very, very much about the surgery, and this was very definitely influenced the design of the Chatter. Which is why I wanted to make sure, I worked. Everything got sent across to Clive. You saw, and it was Clive's idea to offer me his poem at the beginning of the film, which I was very grateful to, because of course it's Clive. And what he says is entire, kind of, I think sets up the whole premise of the film so beautifully that I think, particularly as an actor, that we all want to play many roles in our lives, but I think as we do as human beings as well. And particularly when you're younger, when you're discovering who you really truly are. I mean, Shakespeare always said, "Be unto thine own self be true." Actually, I think that may be a Greek quote. But finding out who that self is, I think, is a constant journey. And I think at the age of 65, still learning, still discovering things about myself, still being surprised at my reactions to stuff and so on. So, yes.
I'm in a very different place than I was even the last time I saw you,
Mm.
which is nice. It's a
Yes,
better place.
Yes, there was a wonderful musical called Into the Woods by Stephen Sondheim. Spoilers for anybody who's never actually seen this. But there is the baker's wife, the character of the baker's wife seems to get it all together. She seems to understand the confusion and the fact that to quote the author of Gormenghast, Mervyn Peake, in a poem, "We stand in crazy balance at the edge of time." And I've always thought that's one of my favorite ever quotes. And in fact is on that thing. I've got the right finger. I used it in a comic strip once. That there is no certainty in our lives. I really wish there was. The only certainty is change. You never know what's coming down the pipe towards you. All you can hope to do is to build some resilience and to build some strength to deal with stuff and to learn and grow. I think that's the we were talking earlier on about victims and so on, and I think learning to understand how these things change you and you can become strong from things, or that which does not kill you makes you strong. Yeah, I think that's a little harsh, but there's a truth to it. That if whatever comes down, if you just say, "Okay, I can learn from this," and so on, I think that helps in life.
When you were going to the part of the film when you were just this little peanut child, how do you think that could have? I mean, we don't know what could have been, but the things you went through physically as just a small little guy. I just wonder how that impacted you developmentally, because it's something most of us cannot even imagine any of that, of any kind. But you would even, not to give it away, but there's a part where you're in bed and you feel something is not right. And I was just, I can't imagine that as an adult processing that, let alone being a child.
Yeah, well, of course, I mean, I was 19 by that stage, but that's still a teenager. That's
Yeah.
still, you know, it and to be honest, even when you're, it's it's really difficult to tell, of course, because you don't know what this is why people are, I think, are always really interested in the idea of alternate realities, and, you know, Sliding Doors is the film based upon what happens if you don't make the doors. How does this affect you? I think I remember, so the stuff I talk about in the film, I ended up, so I was in hospital for 2 weeks for that. Then I was then back again a year later when they had to take some wires out of my face because they're causing so much problems. But I think in that 3-year period, for various other things, I was in hospital about 5 or 6 times over a period of 3 years. I remember one of my closest friends saying, "Nick, I do not understand how you keep going, because, you know, I nearly lost the sight in one eye through shingles. There was other stuff going on. In fact, my first time in the hospital was reconstructive surgery on my nose."
Wow.
When I was 16, 17 years old. I'll tell you why I laugh at that joke in a moment. And I think you have 2 choices, really. You either don't or you do go on. And I think you just kind of find that is actually kind of there is a very good point of that. Okay, 2 stories about hospitals and surgery. 16 years old, I had deviated septum, means that this is why the slightly broken nose appearance. They fixed it when I was about 17 years old, and they did it under local anesthetic. So I'm lying on the operating table with a nurse holding my hand, which I thought was really good. They wrap cloth over your face so you can't see what's going on. I just remember lying there, and they said, listen, they gave me the choice beforehand. They said, we can either do this under general or local anesthetic. It's much better for you if it's local anesthetic. You will recover much more quickly. It'll be a less unpleasant experience overall. However, if it gets too bad, we can knock you out. We can put you to sleep. And I remember lying on this operating table and just feeling. And the surgeon said, "Nicholas, this may feel like a hammer and chisel I'm using on your nose." That's because it is a hammer and chisel I'm using on your nose, Nicholas. Nicholas, are you all right? At which point they put me out. And this is like, because it's like, what the hell are you doing to me? And it's like, but also that thing about making you strong. So the thing, the part you're talking about is related to the tonsillitis I mentioned. So now I'd suffered with tonsillitis since my early, I used to get it like once every, it was late teens. It was when I was first starting working. I would have to have a week off work, and then I'd be back at work for 3 weeks. Then I'd have to have a week off work, and then I'd be back off. And it wasn't until all this stuff happened in the operation they eventually decided to take my tonsils out. I said, okay, well, you're going to be in hospital for 5 days. You're easily going to be in hospital for 5 days. And this happened about within a year of the operation I talk about in the film. I was out in 2 days. And I think it was literally just because my body was like, okay, I've been, a tonsillectomy in comparison to what else had gone before, that was nothing. Yeah, in comparison, you know, it's like I bounced back so quickly from you know, that I was able to. So, which is what this is all about. You know, it is only countless examples in our lives. We know where we've gone through something very tough, but when you get through it, you know you're more confident because you say, "Okay, I did that. I did that." No, you know, I had a lot of help, but I did that. At the end of the day, I did that.
People need more of that who've been through things. I don't think everybody does that for themselves, and if they did, I think
just yeah, and I think particularly if you're English, then you have to deprecate yourself anyway. Yeah, it's okay, it's nothing, and you feel guilty about it. There are all sorts of weird and wonderful. I think is why, and we've seen it, you know, with soldiers after the First World War. Shell shock. Now it's regarded as PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and now we understand it's not. You don't just have to be in a war zone.
Yeah.
If you're in a bad accident, if you know, and it can be emotional. It doesn't just have to be physical. I think, you know, I talk about it in the film. This is the result of the bullying. It does scar you. It scars you really, really, really deeply, and it can take a long time to kind of heal from that stuff and just say, okay, I can move on from that now. But I think emotional. We know now that emotional stress can exhibit physically in people. And you know, some people talk about, well, if you don't deal with it, it's going to come out in some other nasty way, as an illness. And I think disease, you are not at ease. Because, you know, I think there are all sorts of things that can be learned from this.
bullied. Also bullied.
So yeah. I mean, this is one of the things that talking to people after screenings, I think it does strike chords. It's interesting, you know. I remember in Belgium, a guy going up to me saying, "You're saying it's your fault. You feel like this. It's not your fault. You shouldn't have had to deal with it." Like, yeah, but don't take away my suffering from me. Don't. I know you're trying to be helpful. I know you're trying to, and I don't know what's gone on in your life. I think the other thing is, I'm not here to tell people how to, and the film doesn't say, this is how you should behave. This is you certainly shouldn't bully people. Don't get me wrong. You certainly shouldn't persecute people. Don't get me wrong. I am very, very much against those things. But this is my experience. These are how I dealt with stuff. I hope it gives people hope. I hope by sharing these stories, it helps people talk about it and understand. You know, it starts conversations. It was really interesting. So I'd seen the film a couple of times with big audiences. Once in London, once in Belgium, and it was really interesting to listen to the reactions. There were pieces where I very definitely got reactions, and I thought, okay, well, this timing's work there, and then we're working on the Blu-ray at the moment, and I thought, okay, well, that's in a cinema setting where I've got a big audience. What's it like if it's just in your living room? It plays very differently. If things played differently, if you're in, what's it like if it's just a family, or you're watching it with your mates, or you just. So I suggested to Craig, my husband, if he'd like to invite any of his friends from the knitting group that he goes to. I'm thinking about 2 or 3 of them might be interested, because Craig's been going for years, best part of a decade. I think we were working out the other. So, you know, and they know me, and I know most of them. I said, oh, 2 or 3 of them might be interested. 5 of them wanted to come round. So I had these 5 lovely women come round, different backgrounds, different ages. And one's a lovely lady who's never been in our house before because she has dogs, and our dog doesn't get on with other dogs. But And it was just sitting watching it, just the six of us around our TV, was very different in terms that the reaction points were the same, but again, it just comes, and again, it just, people will always pick out different things because it will always touch lives differently.
I really like that you connecting like bullying to the mobs in the Universal monster movies, chasing people, because those are movies I grew up with, and I have a really connection with Frankenstein especially, and totally agreed with all that stuff. And also, you know, the Universal monster movies you talked about, the monsters in those aren't necessarily villains, except for, like you said, Dracula, but all the other ones are at least justified, but most of them you feel bad for. That thought process, did you have any like humanity or thought about like the humanity of Chatterer when you're playing him? And if not at that time, have you like since?
Oh, that's interesting. Yes, I think I've always thought that, you know, one of the things that I would hope to do when I'm acting is you'll kind of find the humanity within whatever the character's doing. You'll kind of find some sort of humanity, even if you don't understand what he's doing. I didn't write backstory. I didn't have a backstory for him when we were doing it. I mean, Clive, as I mentioned in the film, Clive had said that, you know, he's the family dog. He's the enforcer, if you like. And it became a very physical performance. It really was a very physical performance. But yes, since then, I fairly soon thereafter, I wrote a short story called Look See, which is kind of a jokey attempt. The most recent version of it, and probably in my mind, the one that I'm going to stick with, is a short story I wrote called Prayers of Desire, which was published a few years ago in the Hellraiser anthology by Seraphim Press, which I'm going to republish now, probably going to be early next year, in the next volume of short stories. I've only been talking about this for the last 10 years. I realized the other day, because other stuff keeps on getting in the way. But now I've now gone through the 3 years I've been thinking about I Am Monsters. So I can now start concentrating on doing some writing and other stuff. But I think it's a really interesting question, isn't it, Neil? I think question for you guys: who are your favorite monsters?
Oh,
Frankenstein's my number one, but
you mean the creature, I assume.
The creature, exactly. Although I do think Frankenstein, the doctor, is the villain of the movie, but and he gets overlooked as a great villain, but as a monster, definitely Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah.
Of those monsters, I like the Mummy, and I do think they're kind of like the Phantom. There's a tragedy, but also they're horrible.
Oh God, yeah. As you've seen in the film, the Phantom. Huge fan of the Phantom. Incidentally, I got to speak to Ron Chaney, Lon Chaney's son, therefore Lon Chaney Jr.'s grandson, and I ended up with having a phone conversation with them about rights, and it was just like, oh well, I'm having so much difficulty talking business with you because I'm geeking out as a fanboy here. I think that your choices are very interesting. Phantom, yeah, completely. My Claude Brown would have been the Phantom that I was most familiar with, rather than Lon Chaney growing up, and it's very clear that, you know, he's a victim, he's a composer, and that the way he becomes the Phantom, it's so human. You know, he becomes bitter, and it's obviously about revenge, etc. The creature, Karloff's creature, this child, this huge lumbering child who's effectively rejected by his father. That is his tragedy. But Frankenstein himself is really interesting as the creator who's revolted by their child, who has to deal with the fact that their child is a killer. And this is all about parenting and so on. I think one of the most interesting versions of Victor Frankenstein, Doug Bradley put me onto this, and this is Peter Cushing in the Hammer films. I've got the number 6 in my head. I'm not quite sure how many but if you watch the Hammer Frankenstein films in order, starting with Christopher Lee as the creature, ending up with Dave Prowse as the creature, Monster from Hell. But watch Cushing's performance. He starts off as the idealistic man who wants to cure death.
He gets super manipulative and horrible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think there's a lot of hope, naivety. There's a word I'm really struggling for that I can't. That he does what he does for the best of intentions. He would tell himself. I suspect he's just incredibly arrogant and wants to play God. But I think what. This is the entire premise of I Am Monsters, is that we're all monsters to somebody.
Have you ever seen the Frankenstein play? It's not like out on a physical release or anything, but they play it here anyway every Halloween. And I forget the 2 actors, but it's 2 famous actors. And
it's Benedict Cumberbatch and Johnny Lee Miller. Yeah. I've never watched it.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I got the script. I have the play script. I think it's upstairs now because all the plays went up into the loft when we were sorting stuff out. Yes, Johnny Lee Miller and Benedict Cumberbatch, and they did it alternate nights.
I've seen both versions, and it's really interesting to see their different takes on the 2 characters.
Yes, yeah. I really
much darker than the other.
Yeah.
Much darker. One of them is a much darker portrayal of the monster than the other.
Interesting.
Very disturbing. I thought. Yeah.
I mean, they're actors that I really, really admire. I mean, they're both amazing. Johnny Lee Miller as Sherlock Holmes is. Funny enough, who both played Sherlock Holmes. Come to think of it, they're an inspired piece of casting to getting those 2 together.
I also really like The Invisible Man. I think that's the most underrated of the Universal monsters.
You're talking about the black and white?
Yeah.
Yes. That is, and again, Claude Rains.
Yeah.
Playing the Invisible Man. Yeah, absolutely. Just extraordinary. And the visual effects. At the time,
amazing.
Yeah. I still can't work out how the hell they did those.
Right? Yeah. And they put humor into these films too. There's like a woman and the barkeep, and they're hilarious. But still, you've got that horror that comes through.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I think it's the humor, and I know I haven't. Neil, you mentioned that Christopher Young. You're playing this film. Christopher Young is. You talk about. Did I think about backstory, etc.? What I can tell you is that I went on to write Hellraiser comics, and obviously I've written short stories based in that Hellraiser. Right? The first thing I did was put on the LP of the Hellraiser theme.
Yeah.
If all I have to do is to put that on, and I know Doug Bradley's told this story before because I remember we were on the panel with Christopher years ago, and Doug was saying, whenever the makeup start, the first thing they do is put on the Hellraiser thing because it's so evocative. It's so, and it just puts me right there in Clive's world to create and play with all these things. And I think humor is interesting, Annabelle, because I always remember Vincent Price saying this stuff it's horror. There has to be some humor in it to kind of lighten it, just to suck you in, to make you more vulnerable. Actually, I suspect. And my favorite. I've got Vincent Price is always the actor. I would say Mask of the Red Death is the film. Monster is the abominable Dr. Phibes.
Oh, that's one of my favorites too.
Just a weird film, which I really, really, really love. But I love Vincent Price's performance is always just utterly enchanting. entranced me because he's just is. There is a twinkle in the eye, perhaps, but I think if you go back to Mask of the Red Death, he plays it absolutely straight. Don't get me wrong, that there is something, you know. But again, you get the humor in it.
Yeah, the Christopher Young score though for Hellraiser and Hellbound, and then like I think those two, there's a real sadness to the Cenobites that I think aren't necessarily in some of the other sequels, especially like I think after that maybe Pinhead becomes more evil like in part 3, but in the first two there's just like a sadness to him, and he's almost like a neutral character. And the music is a lot.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, the whole thing about Hellbound is the fact that you were human once. You must remember. You've got to remember you were human once. You weren't always like this. That whole premise, that whole idea of changing people back. You know, that they're not demons. I mean, Pinhead says demons to some, angels to some, demons to others. Which I love that duality. I've always loved. I think that line is so brilliant. But yes, I think the fact that that whole Hellbound thing of them being human is extraordinary.
I really liked your reading from Dr. Moreau. Is that a character story you would like to either play or maybe even write a comic book of?
Oh, I'd love to do that. Yes, thank you. I've never really thought about it. I think whenever I think about it, I just remember what happened the last time they tried to film it with.
right, yeah. It's an incredible disaster, man.
Yes.
A great documentary about it, though.
It's a great documentary. Yes. I really like. I miss meeting the director because, of course, he was working around about the time we were making Hellraiser, and the guys with Image Animation ended up by working with him on something. I've just got an image of, I cannot remember the name of the film, and I got an image of desert in my mind.
Yeah, I know. Something about sand, I believe.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Storm, but it's
yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, it's something to do with a robot. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, Hardware.
Yeah,
Hardware. Thank you. Hardware.
And he did one in the desert too. So
yes, yeah. I think Image Animation guys were working on Hardware. Richard Linklater. No,
it's Richard Stanley. Yes.
Yeah. Richard Stanley. I remember friends chatting with him at a film festival. Really interesting guy. But yeah, it's a wonderful. And to be honest, I think the real challenge in performing that excerpt was not doing a Charles Lawton, who is just superb as that character. Is absolutely superb as that character. And I think it's always really interesting when you go back to kind of H.G. Wells and the writing of the time, and you go back to the original material and so on. But Charles, I think Charles Lawton would always be better than me. This particular character.
He also played Hunchback, right? And
he did, and he played Captain Bligh in Mutiny on the Bounty. He played.
I was reading about him recently because it's really he directed A Night of the Hunter, and like it's a great movie, and I didn't realize at the time like it was like hated, and that it like ruined his career as a director because like it did so poorly, and like all the critics hated it, and like now people consider it like a classic. So it's very
it's sitting on my shelf of DVDs that I still to sit down and watch. I really need to sit down and watch this sometime because
there's so many recommendations though.
Yeah.
Especially in this world of film people, it's always this and this and this. It's old, it's new, it's indie, it's this, and it's just it stacks up.
It's always
and
impossible.
then I watch old Doctor Who.
yeah. And I think it's in Doctor Who's important. It's really because Craig was away when they first started screening the Doctor Who's, and he watched this. There are 3 with David Tennant and Catherine Tate, and I watched the first 2 in order, and Craig watched the second one, and he said this was really quite scary, and I thought, great, that's what Doctor Who's supposed to be like.
I remember being a kid. You mentioned being a kid, and I remember being the kid that was behind a couch.
I used to sit on the sofa with a cushion on my lap when I got a little bit older. So if it got too bad, I could cover my face with the cushion. Once it came out, if I remember, they did an exhibition in London called Behind the Sofa, all about Doctor Who.
Get out. That's amazing.
It's because kids really enjoy being scared. Yeah, it's being scared, not terrified, I think. And there is a difference. I think there is a healthy thing about children learning to deal with fear. I'm sure.
And Doctor Who was always so clever. He was not the normal hero. He was not
and he
was different.
And I think what they've been doing with it, and I think there is in the first episode of the 3 with David Tennant, listening to Russell T Davies, there is, and I don't want to give anybody spoilers because I'd like it is a social commentary, and they got a lot of on a particular issue, and they got a lot of backlash from people saying, "How dare you do this? This is Doctor Who. This is for kids." And Russell T Davies said, Doctor Who's always dealt with difficult subjects. It's always dealt with, it's trying to get inside a kid. It's talking to kids about fear and what are scary things and what's adventurous and so on. And I think there is, you don't have to scratch too far under the surface in Doctor Who to find that they are social commentary in some form or another.
A lot about war, and a lot of times Doctor Who's kind of in the middle of both sides trying to make it work.
I think when I'm trying to remember if it's the Matt Smith or the David Tennant incarnation, which is, it's really clear that he's just come out of the Time War. And this is a man who's scarred by his experience of war, and I think it's the David Tennant. And I think this is what keeps people coming back, because you can do almost anything with it. It's why I'm really looking forward to the Nachuti Gatwa incarnation, which we'll get to see in a couple of weeks over here, because it'll be done as a Christmas special where we first get to see Nachuti, although the actual series won't be until much later next year. They'll introduce him, as they always do traditionally at Christmas. They introduce the new Doctor Who in a Christmas special. But I think if you have a chance to watch the 3, I'm probably going to go, once we finish this interview, I'm going to go downstairs and watch the 3rd one of the David Tennant, Catherine Tate ones, specials, which I'm really looking forward to, because Greg will have caught up on the first one.
Is that your favorite? Who's your favorite Doctor Who?
Oh, probably Tom Baker. Tom Baker is the one that probably had the most influence on me, because I remember creating a long scarf. Mum said that she couldn't possibly knit something that long, so I got 2 scarves and sewed them together. 2 long scarves, and used to wear a fedora hat and carry a cane and wear a long coat. I used to wonder if people used to stop me. Kids used to go, Doctor Who. So, yeah, absolutely right. This was in my early 20s, and just go, this is me. I'm gonna dress up like Tom Baker as Doctor Who, because I just think he's so cool.
I just finished his. He reads A Christmas Carol, It's on
Oh,
Audible. I
wow.
just finished it yesterday, and it was really great. I had never read the book before, so and I love the story. I love I even love the Mr. Magoo version. I think all of them are great, but it was a perfect guy to read it.
I have 2 films at Christmas that I hope to watch. I will probably watch this Christmas, and that is Christmas with the Coopers.
Hmm.
If you've never come across it, I do recommend it as a
Okay.
thoroughly good. It's really weird. It stars oh gosh, Alan Alda.
Oh, wow.
Steve Martin is narrating it.
Wow.
It's all about a family coming home for Christmas, and it's just, and they are all so different, and it's got Timothy Chalamet in it.
This is new?
No, this is really odd. Timothy Chalamet is an acne, spotty little 14, 15-year-old who's just and it's all about family. It's from Christmas with the Coopers, and then of course at some point I'll watch Christmas Carol, the Muppet version.
Oh, Muppet version is very good.
Which is hands down the best version of the Christmas Carol as far as I'm concerned, because Michael Caine plays it straight, and they mostly use the dialogue that Dickens wrote. You could it'd be interesting if you haven't watched it recently, having just listened to the original book, realizing just how much of the original book is in the Muppet.
Because I've been talking to Annabelle actually about, because I listened to it, and I know some of the movies have that, like the Children of Man, and some don't. Where it's when the Ghost of Christmas Present opens his robe, and he's want and ignorance and want, and that's in some of them, in some it isn't. I also always found, and then I found it's in the book, I always thought Jacob Marley's the creepiest when he has his head all tied up and he unties it and his mouth falls down, and that was in the book. I was like, oh, all the stuff that I really like that's not in all the versions is in the books.
Yeah, I get really pissed off if they don't include the 2 kids underneath.
Yeah,
because
in the Muppet one, is it like 2 rats shaking or something like that?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. In my mind, I see that, but I think that's
something. Yeah.
I always like Scrooge, not Scrooge. That's fine too, but I like Scrooge, the musical one. I think it's very good.
Which is an Anthony Newley. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes,
very much.
I just sent him
that ever done for me.
Yeah.
Yes, where he's dancing on his coffin.
If I had a bugle, I would blow it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where he's literally dancing on Scrooge's coffin.
Yeah. What's weird, I was telling Annabelle, when I was a kid, they used to show it on Channel 38, and they would cut that scene out and the Children of Man scene out.
Really?
I guess they thought it wasn't, I don't know what they thought. I guess they
Not
thought it was
family friendly.
Yeah, to have someone dancing on the coffin, but I don't know. They're great
so
scenes.
Excellent Scrooges. We were talking about, Michael Caine. I brought up it's Muppets, but he's amazing. He's so good at being bad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Because he just plays it completely straight. He's looking at Muppets, but he plays that for always. Absolutely. Somebody was recommending, and I've not seen it. Is they referred to it as the Jean-Luc Picard version. They mean Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart. He's great.
Yeah, I've never actually watched it.
It's cool. If you like him.
Oh yeah, no, I think he's a great actor. I think Patrick Stewart's great. I'm gonna have to go soon. My voice is going. We're fighting off colds in this family.
Yes. So
Craig's been in bed all day.
I do want to mention, because you mentioned the Blu-ray, so we will get a physical release of I Am Monsters.
We will get a physical release of I Am Monsters. I had hoped to have it out early. It's like all these things, best laid schemes of mice and men. You were asking best laid. The best way to find out what's going on with I Am Monsters, to watch the most recent trailer, etc., is go to nicholasvince.com. And then on the I Am Monsters page, if you scroll down far enough, you can sign up to the newsletter. I really need to swap that round, come to think of it. You put newsletter at the top of the web page. The moment I have news, or if there are any other screenings and so on, then I'm waiting for one more festival to see whether or not they want to include it. It'll be in the UK, that one, which would be fun if which would be really nice to be part of. But yes, and then otherwise it's just the 3rd volume of short stories, which I've talked about for 10 years. I am working on it. I do promise. I keep on having ideas. Thinking, oh, should I include this one?
Yeah,
Oh, no, let
we
me
all
do that
understand
one.
that. Yeah.
I'm about 3 stories away from completing this, but that will include Prayers for Desire, and then yes, and then the other stuff I'm working on is just I can't even talk about it because it's just me writing screenplays on spec, but I'm really enjoying that as well.
Well, I know Annabelle started the show with it. I too love They Monsters, not just because you're here. I found it it's great hearing your stories. It's very emotional, and it's very relatable.
Thank you. Thank you. These are all the words that I wanted to see. Thank you.
So I can remember at the end of the year, because we do our top 13. I keep track of movies I've liked throughout the year, and it's right after I finished, I went and added it to my list. So it'll pop up on my top 13 favorite horror movies of the year.
Oh wow!
Well, technically, maybe not a horror movie, but we'll put it on there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I think for anybody who's a little bit iffy about going to the dentist, it's definitely a horror movie.
It's always very nice to talk with you.
Oh, thank you, guys. It's so lovely to see you both. And look at both of you looking so well. Both of you looking so well, which is great.
We're just a great looking bunch.
It's all that good, wholesome horror.
Exactly. It's all very humble as well.
Okay, guys. Lovely to see you all.
You
Take
as well.
care.
Bye.
Bye.
For lovers of horrific imagination, short films full of dark creations, sights and sounds from the underground. Seven Lands is your destination. If you crave tales and dreams, originate outside the mainstream. Sights and sounds from the underground. Seven Lands is your destination. Seven Lands is your destination. Seven Lands is your destination. With Nasty Neal. Seven Lands is your destination.
Hello. And we're back here.
Damn, I didn't know if we were coming back, and then I was like, "Oh, this is ending. This is my nighttime."
Very cool. I thought it was.
I don't know if it's cool, but I was wearing it, and it was too late to do anything else.
No, I like it.
It was a
Looks very
gift.
warm.
This was a gift, and when I got it, I looked at it. I took it out of the bag in front of the person who got it for me, and I just looked at it, and they laughed. In my mind, I'm like, I got to try this on anyways, because they bought it. It's so fucking comfortable.
Yeah, it looks warm.
Amazing. It's so long. It's huge. It's long. It's got these ears. I'm like, I look like the fucking Charmin teddy bear. The big red Charmin bear that's like wiping his butt. That is what this is.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is more like a Christmas sort of thing.
I thought it was Christmas. I thought you had like a Christmas robe on.
It's a very much Christmas robe. I timed it for today.
All right. Very good. Well, big thanks to Nicholas Vince.
Yeah.
And Chris Young.
Yeah.
It just so happened to be Hellraiser theme night. That wasn't actually planned. Just worked out that way, and that was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very cool. Very good.
Yes. So big thanks to the other earlier Stille Nacht was the song we played, and then later on we're gonna close up the show with the Tomb of Nick Cage's Krampusnacht.
A lot of Nacht going on. Nacht.
Huh? Yes.
Nacht. It's full of Nacht.
Yes, it's a Nacht night. Krampusnacht! We'll be playing to close up the show.
You did a better job pronouncing it when I did that way.
Yes, yeah. I gotta
like,
get to my
Nacht.
roots.
Yeah.
There's one more week left of holiday tunes, so if you would like your holiday horror themed track to play on the show, email withoutyourhead@gmail.com. Pepe Petit is here. Dave Deadman is at a concert show, by the
outfits.
way. Mm-hmm.
Now that people are really getting I will sleep in this. I've had the best sleep since this was bought for me. I go in, sleep problems. It's just nice on its own, but if you have sleep problems, it could help.
Cool.
Feeling good lately.
This is Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Does it help you sleep?
It does not, but it helps you right now stay warm down here.
This is also quite warm. Yeah. All fleece on the inside.
Yeah, I'd like it.
Whatever. It's awesome. I thought about buying you one.
I'd wear it.
I already got you enough for Christmas. Come on now.
Yeah, well, birthday's coming up then, not too long. So
that's true.
It's not horror related, but I went to see a advanced screening of a movie I really wanted to see last night. That was The Iron Claw.
Oh, how was it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
I think for people, it's got a lot of really rave reviews on the Rotten Tomatoes. Some big. I think it will play better if you're not well versed in wrestling and don't know a lot about the actual Von Erichs. I think the more you know, the less effective the movie is.
Yeah.
Not particularly accurate. They wrote one of the brothers completely out of it for I'm not exactly sure why. Even at the end when they show a picture of the actual family, he's not listed. He's not there.
Wow.
And I was like,
you must have said
there's only so many. It's very strange. I would not say it's a bad movie. It's a good movie, but I thought it'd be a lot better. Very, very long, with lots of scenes of the brothers just kind of hanging out, which is fine, but they just gloss over so much stuff. I don't know why they took so much time in kind of needless scenes where it's just people just sitting around doing nothing. Not a very well paced movie. They skip over lots of important facts. A lot of stuff's not accurate. Portrayal of Ric Flair
sounds like a chore to watch.
Is very cringy, but
Do you feel like it was a chore to watch?
No. I mean, it's fine. Honestly, for me, the Heroes of World Class documentary is a million times better. Much more emotional, dramatic. The cast who plays Fritz, the father, Carrie, David, and Mike, fantastic. I don't think Zac Efron really captures Kevin Von Erich in look, feel, voice, and he's the main focus. And I thought he was the weakest of the cast.
Oh, so weak, loser.
Kevin Von Erich has a very peculiar talking style like this, and he doesn't talk anything like him. And everyone else really feels like the actual people, so it's weird.
What's your range of voices you're able to do? What's your range?
What do you mean?
So you had that one. How would you describe that voice?
It's just very particular.
But you do some other particular voices.
I do. He's not. I can't say anything to get like us canceled or anything.
Oh, I don't even know what you're talking about.
No.
Now I know what you're talking about.
No, he's not. No, he's not really like a red. Well, I guess he is a red. Texans are rednecks, but not hillbillies, I believe.
I don't know.
But I like Kevin Von Erich. I actually have talked to Kevin. I told this story in the other show. So I called them up to do an interview once. and I think I got his wife. And then, anyway, long story short, this was almost 20 years ago, and he found the number with my name in the bedroom, and he called me up like wondering who he thought it was, someone his wife was talking to, and it was just me trying to get in.
Who the hell is this?
basically. Then he found it funny afterwards, and they're still married. They've been married for over 40 years, so I guess everything's fine. Very rare in the world of wrestling. Let's see. Blumhouse, and really exciting news. Blumhouse is remaking The Wolfman. Now, perhaps one of these will be good someday.
Maybe.
I actually like the last one, but I'm not a big fan of most Blumhouse movies. And the last crop of, I don't know when, like the last remake of a Universal Monsters movie is good. I know a lot of people like The Invisible Man. I wouldn't say it's great. I wouldn't say it's terrible, but it's not really my favorite. But most of them aren't so good.
Forever ago, Invisible Man.
No, it wasn't that long ago. It was. I wasn't really a big fan of it, but a lot of people thought it was great. It's got the woman from Handmaid's Tale.
I don't know. I do not know. I am unfamiliar with this.
But I don't know. Wolfman, Blumhouse. I'll give it a shot, but
sure. I mean, it kind of. I don't think.
That's not saying a lot because I go and see like basically every movie that comes out. So, and we see almost every horror movie that's theatrically played. So I don't know how much of endorsement is I'll give it a shot means. But.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But sometimes you go in with low expectations and it can surprise you.
That's true. Not always in a good way.
No, not always in a good way.
Man, I thought that was gonna suck, but I didn't think it would suck that bad.
Which one?
Just anything. Like the idea of having low expectations.
Oh, right. Oh, by the way, so when I finished Christmas Carol, I started thinking like, you know what would be a good story is a story about Jacob Marley. And what happens to Jacob Marley? Because he comes back and he warns Scrooge, but why does he do that? Is he forced to do that? Does he do it because is there a friendship there? And what is he does anything good happen to him? Because he's like in limbo for eternity. And he saves Scrooge and he gets up. So I start thinking of this. And then I happened to look on Audible and hear someone wrote this story already.
Oh, wow.
So I listened to it and it's got a really unneeded backstory about his name and like some relative, which was just really not needed. And then it gets into it's Jacob and meeting Scrooge, and this is all good stuff, I think. And then not to spoil the book, but it gets into after he dies, and then he comes and visits Scrooge, and then he follows Scrooge unbeknownst to Ebenezer when Ebenezer meets the three spirits. I'm like, isn't this just plagiarism? Isn't he just rewriting A Christmas Carol?
It's a reboot.
But can you do a reboot in a book format? It's even like a lot of the same dialogue exactly.
I don't know. It depends on the licensing on the book. Is that like?
Well, it's probably I assume actually it would be public domain. I think that's why people can make the movies so much. But so that wasn't very impressive.
Well, that's too bad. Was it totally unimpressive?
No, I think it's just unimpressive that you have him follow. You have Jacob follow Scrooge and his meeting with the three ghosts, just so you can basically just write all that stuff over again.
Yeah,
And so
it's
he
like
really only wrote a very
Silent
small
Night,
amount of
Deadly
new
Night
stuff.
2.
Yeah.
Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, and he's just telling
Exactly.
us
Yeah,
going back
exactly.
and back and
Yeah.
back.
He had like a short story of stuff, and then to pad it out to a novel, he just like wrote all this stuff from Christmas Carol. Check out Todd Yeager's Triple Xmas reviews
Oh my
up on
god,
the
it's
site.
so funny.
It is very funny. It's the first one I had to censor.
Crazy. Oh my goodness.
Maybe we'll put the uncensored version on Patreon. I don't know. But
I don't know. He's got some fans out there, so
yeah.
I don't know.
It's a great review though. And I know we had talked to him about maybe making them under 10 minutes, but I think the Todd Yeager reviews are they're like their own little show. So
Yes,
it's not just a review; it's a performance art. It's fun.
Yeah.
So I think they work at these 20-minute.
Yeah.
They're very fun. I hope people start checking them out. People have been, but I hope some of these folks out here watching this, go and check them out. I think you'll find them very entertaining.
They're crazy. They are. I posted about that new one on my own page, I guess yesterday. It's like, it is weird. Like, Todd Yeager is camp.
Yes, definitely.
It's campy and weird, and he has dialogues, and there's like borderline creepy, but he's just so innocently creepy that it's okay. There's something about him. I just feel he's just great.
Yes.
He's just great. He comes up with some really clever stuff. Like The Thing, I think it was that one. Maybe it wasn't that one where he's got this like Santa has to go out into the world to get something.
Right.
And it's just like it's its own experimental short movie.
Yes.
In the review.
Mm-hmm.
It's nuts.
Yeah. And then we always get to see some of his own collected movies, his own collection of movies.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
Can't even imagine. I don't know how y'all have like these thousands of movies and have seen all of them. Like, no, I can't do that. No, I can't. I couldn't do it. I wish I could. It would be better for me.
Let's see here. This was interesting. We got an email earlier today to review, and they said possible interviews, but I'm gonna just say I doubt the interview comes through. I'll be honest. But Ian McKellen is in a psychological thriller adaptation of Hamlet.
Holy shit!
So it's
why would they tell you and not offer an interview?
Well, they did, but they're gonna have to wait and see. I'm just assuming this interview doesn't actually happen, but it's possible that I replied right away and said we're interested, so we'll see. But
negative Neal C.
But they did send us the trailer to upload the trailers on the Without Your Head YouTube, so you can check that out.
Oh my god, I can't even imagine. Fucking have a heart attack, pass out. Should I wear my bear that day?
Yeah, of course, definitely. So that'll be coming to the UK. We've been invited to a lot of UK stuff lately, and we've got a couple of good folks who have been covering that. But it's too bad we can't cover them. But it's very cool.
Let's start looking at them together and seeing if there's ones that we might go to if prices are right.
Yeah, honestly, the last time I flew to London, it was cheaper than the flights were to Texas. So.
Well, we should not just shuffle them along and think about doing something.
But in the meantime, do thank Annabella Rich and Emma Dark for covering some cool stuff for us.
That's very cool.
They're very thankful as well. But this is pretty wild. It's gonna be one night only, February 27th.
No. What's the one night only?
The Hamlet. The Hamlet.
Oh,
Ian McKellen
holy shit.
That's
Wow.
pretty cool. People should check that out.
Yeah.
And I guess they call it the psychological thriller, but to me that's horror-esque. So we'll put that in the horror. So John Waters is returning to the Child's Play universe.
Really?
He was in. He played the priest in Seed of Chucky, and so he's gonna play the creator of the Good Guy doll on the Chucky series. I'll be honest, I've never seen the Chucky series. A lot of people love it, so I should check it out.
Yeah, I've heard it's very good.
I know the final season of Stranger Things, that's next year, I
Oh,
believe.
Final season?
Yeah, it's the 5th and final season.
Why those kids want to have a life?
No, I know one of them was doing an interview where he was kind of worried about when it's end because it's like, it's his main source of income.
Well, he should stop spending whatever he's making.
Yeah, he probably makes millions. Probably would
Yeah,
be
he
enough
needs to
to
stop
just
spending it
live off.
right now and invest and think about the future.
So I started watching season 4 because I'd never watched the last season.
Yeah.
And I'm not very far in, but I can't say I'm a big fan of it so far. But
I must see it. It's the one with like the dude that lives in the house and these mysterious deaths.
I've only been, I guess. It's a lot of about 11 in high school and being like picked on and stuff. And, it's always weird to me when the kid, like, it's nice the kids are kids, but so I love the first season when the kids are kids playing D&D, but now we're in the 4th season and they've been the one kid was abducted in the other in the other dimension for a long time, and they fought all these real demons and stuff or whatever they are. And then it's awkward to me that then they just go back to life and they're really getting like, obviously you want to get back to life. I get that. But if you went through all that, could you play Dungeons and Dragons and get all like worked up over like fighting a goblin? I don't know.
Why not?
It seems kind of doesn't seem
like
very
if you've
realistic.
seen the best movie of all time, could you ever watch some little shit?
Yeah, but then what if I lived it? Now that's watch the best movie. They lived it. They were fighting real monsters, and then they were getting all like hyped up and like on the edge of their seats over playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Cause it's not about the monsters; it's about the storytelling.
I guess I don't know. It's awkward. It's weird to me, but I don't know. Well, I'll obviously keep, and this is very topical because this came out like a year or two ago. But I saw Bloody Disgusting listed. I didn't read them all because I saw the first one and I was like, 5 under the radar horror movies to stream this week from 2023. And the first one on the list, Ennismen. That was one of the worst experiences I've had in the theater.
No.
I imagine watching home's probably would. At least at home, you don't feel bad if you just go to sleep, I guess. So it makes me wonder about the rest of these. But Ghastly Brothers on Screambox. And it says it's a cross between Ghostbusters and Beetlejuice.
Well, I don't know what it is, so I guess I can't judge it.
The Passenger on MGM Plus.
I have no idea.
The latest by Carter Smith, who made The Ruins and Swallowed. Begins with a harrowing, inciting event that results in the mild-mannered Randy Bradley getting trapped in a car with volatile coworker Benson.
Wow.
Project Wolf Hunting.
What is it?
Project Wolf Hunting. It says it's a cross between Con Air and Jason Takes Manhattan.
Jason
Now that is a real combination.
Weird.
I don't know about this list there, Bloody Disgusting.
I'm
And the
sure
movie
that
called
there's-
Sick.
Called Dick?
Sick.
Sick. That's a different kind
Sick.
of movie.
Sick, yeah.
Oh.
Oh well. I guess they picked under the radar ones, but Ennismen's under the radar for a reason. But it did get a theatrical release.
Well, some people loved it.
Yeah. I know. Or they like to say they loved it. That's my prediction, but
That's like when people say that certain people don't actually like Midsummer and stuff like that. Like they're just saying it because
I'm being facetious with. I did get someone really mad at me once because I said that people just pretend to like season 3 of Twin Peaks so they can act cool. And one guy, like, I really was just joking. I don't think it was good, but I was really just kidding. But a friend of mine got actually very, very mad about it.
Really? That sucks.
Yeah. Former guest here on the show. But I was like, I'm just
kidding.
But, oh, well. Just kidding, but I'm also deadly serious. No, I know a lot of people like season 3. I thought it was really bad. But I did notice a lot of people who like the Twin Peaks that I don't like the Twin Peaks that I do like. So I think it's just different.
I mean, who starts Twin Peaks? And I guess if you've never seen it before, maybe you would watch the brand new series. I don't know.
Right. I mean,
not brand new anymore.
A lot of people who like a lot of the mid stuff of season 2 that I think is really bad. And hate
like corny humor and all that.
Yeah, and hate the movie, which I actually like. Firewalk.
The movie was heartbreaking. I was really unhappy about the movie.
But it's a good movie.
It's a good movie, but
I understand what you're saying.
I do not like it. Do not like what they did to that poor man. He's a victim. He was taken advantage of. I don't like it. I was hoping he'd get some redeeming. The fuck is his name?
Sam Wise, but
what?
It's not Sam Wise. It's Sam. Or is it something Wise? Ray Wise. Ray Wise is the actor.
Yeah, that guy. Leland. I thought Leland was gonna have I was so not. I just didn't know what to think, and then I thought he was being redeemed, and they were like kind of talking why this might have happened. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm here for that. I'm all right. And then just took it away.
And we want to mention Brutalities.
Oh, look, I actually got this nice sticker.
Oh, what nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
Mr. Reddy is here. Hello, John.
Hey, John. What's going on?
Dave Deadman said he couldn't be here. He's at a punk concert.
Oh, good for him.
And Tara is playing Magic the Gathering.
Oh, Magic. I hear about a lot of Magic the Gathering lately.
Yeah, she's really into it.
It's excellent. Mm-hmm. Excellent. So what is today's tea was
Butterbotch.
Butterbotch. I liked it. I wished that I had discovered earlier to put milk in it.
Yeah, I put milk in mine.
I think after you mentioned putting milk into one of them, and it really had a big impact on it. I have to be more thoughtful about.
Yeah, I assume that I put a little milk. I put a little honey and milk in that one because I thought it would bring out the butterscotch.
Yeah,
it sounded like it would be odd because it had apple pieces in it. It was one of the. And I thought, does that go with butterscotch? But then afterwards, I was like, I guess caramel apple is kind of what they're going for.
And I think it's just getting the sweetness, just infusing a little bit of sweetness with it.
Yes. Unrelated, I really like this tea called Bengal Spice by Celestial Seasoning. It's no brutalities. No brutalities, but it's not like super, but it's sweet. and it's not sweetened. And so I started looking up, and there's no calories of any kind in it, no carbs. And so I even Googled why is and as soon as I started typing it, it came up, and I was like, this must be a question people ask. Why is Bengal spice sweet? And they use something called sweet cinnamon that has a natural sweetness, but it contains no calories, and it's not an artificial sweetener. So then I was like, why don't they use this to just sweeten stuff more often? Sweet cinnamon.
It must cost more.
Probably. And it also gives it, cinnamon, a heavy cinnamon taste, and maybe a little spicy for some folks. But I would like to find some sweet cinnamon sticks and put it in everything.
Well,
not everything, but drinks.
Find it.
I will.
Mm-hmm. I guess The Talented Mr. Ripley is going to become a series.
Really?
Yes, I just heard about this from someone at work today, which I thought was pretty cool. Yeah, we have similar film interests.
I've never seen The Talented Mr. Ripley.
Really? I remember seeing it in the theater long ago.
I should watch it. I'm sure it's something, or I assume it's something I'd probably like.
It was pretty good.
That's what I do when I watch something.
You put on your goggles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel bad. A long week.
Yeah, well, we had a very long show. We had awesome interviews. It's after 11 already.
Yes.
Been here for 4 hours. And
Yeah.
we'll be back next week.
Yes. Yes. We should celebrate Christmas next week.
Yes.
Do we have gift things?
Yeah, I've been getting the Secret Satans.
Mm-hmm.
If I see you before then, I could give you yours and we could open them live on the show, maybe.
I don't know if that will happen.
Yeah, I don't know either. So we'll figure it out. But either way, I'm going to send those out starting next week. And I know some folks have told me they sent theirs that I've not got yet, but I'm sure they're on the way. But I won't say people's names, but people told me they sent stuff, and I started receiving them. So thank you guys. And if you get it out, really, you probably have to send it out tomorrow. If you get out this week, you could still be part of it. After that, probably it's not going to really work. So if you get something out tomorrow, you could still be part of the Secret Satan gift exchange. It'll be a good time. Although today in the mail, in my regular mail outside here, I got this very important looking letters and a big thing like this big, and it specifically said only delivered to the addressee by blah 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 blah. And I looked at it, completely wrong person, not even the same street. Never mind the street address, a completely different street. And it literally had all this stuff about it can only be delivered to this specific person. And I was like, boy, that's pretty awful. So instead of just putting it, at my house, delivered to my house. So I actually, on my walk, I took it to the post office, and I was like, this came as I don't want to try to get people in trouble, but that's pretty bad. Because then I also worry what the hell about stuff I get. It has to also go to the wrong people.
Get them in trouble. Because if they are paying such little attention that happened, I mean, that's a pretty big mistake.
Yeah. And it wasn't even something small that maybe got stuck with another envelope. It was a very big, this big, and had the stuff written specifically on it that can only be delivered to this person.
I had a successful return to sender. I got mail that was actually at my very specific address, and it had a name on it that had nothing to do with me or any of the other people in this building. And I wrote, return to sender, no such person.
Return to sender.
I thought about that song, and I was like, return to sender, no such person. And guess what? It wasn't there the next day. Like, all right.
Oh, that's good.
So for you out there who don't want to deal with going to the post office, all that shit,
Yeah.
return to sender. No such person.
Well, I often get mail from my neighbor, and I walk it over to him. Or sometimes I do just put it in back in my mailbox and put the flag up. But this one was specifically said all the stuff. It said, "I'm bringing this over." It's pretty bad. Neil will never be a peeping Tom. I mean, I don't take that as an insult.
See, Pepe is paying attention. He sees. I am sleepy.
All right. I am too, but I hide it. No.
Sometimes you just can't hide the sleepiness.
No, I understand. Especially if I put on the goggles. But we'll be back next week with Jen Wexler of The Ranger and her new film, The Sacrifice Game, and Demian Rugna of When Evil Lurks. And he's also made, he's one of the directors of Satanic Hispanics and Terrified.
Yeah, I need to see those things.
So When Evil Lurks and The Sacrifice Game are both on Shudder. Sacrifice Game is a Christmas horror film.
I wonder where those other movies are at.
Yeah, I don't think Satanic Hispanics is anywhere currently, but I'm pretty sure Terrified is.
Terrified.
Let's see. Terrified. I'll look it up real quick before we head up. Where to watch Terrified? Oh, it's on AMC Plus.
Is it? Cool.
Yep. And it's on Amazon Prime, but I bet it's really not. Yeah, it's on so AMC Plus or Shudder. So boom.
Cool. Man.
Check that out. We'll both I've not seen it. I've heard really good things about it. So, and it's really the poster's very creepy. This is a creepy man. Damian Rugna. It's a creepy man.
He himself?
No, he makes creepy stuff. He seems
I thought you meant he is like a creepy looking man.
No. He's a good looking man. I will not
He's a
sign
very
up for
fine looking specimen.
I can see that. I believe that's Dobbs. And it's 4 a.m. for him. So
Dobbs.
Good man, staying up late.
I don't even know what I would want more for you, to be up early or to be up
I
late.
thought of Dobbs covering something for us in London town, but he's very shy.
I
also thought of you, Dobbs.
Look at me. You get used to it and you stop caring what people think.
Right. I also thought of Dobbs when I was listening to Christmas Carol, because when I was in London, Dobbs took me to Camden Town. And that's where a lot of the that's where Tiny Tim and stuff lives in Christmas Carol. I did not know that at the time.
Is it?
What?
Damn it. Wait a minute. There, that's gonna be
Oh man, that is very cute. Had some depth.
Yes.
I like it.
He's my friend.
He's very cute.
My direction, but come on, little dude.
Pepe says it's because you're wearing comfortableness. That's probably true.
I am.
Oh, look, he's got. I didn't even notice he's smiling, because when he's on the side, I can't see a smile, but up, yeah. Oh, it's got like the little.
Smirking. Maybe
I
I'll
like it.
over here. He'll be different. Whoa!
I dig him.
Is that a Christmas scene there?
It's no, not really, but it is a new day riding a unicorn.
Oh, my little man, he just won't turn around. He's a shy boy.
Just like Dobbs.
This is a shy boy. Come here, little dude.
And then when Dobbs and it was me, Dobbs and Mitten, and we were over by Camden Town, and Dobbs and I were drinking coffees. By the way, the smallest macchiato I've ever seen was in we were each, and it was like this big. I was like, what the hell? Literally, it was like this big. Yeah, and then this guy, I don't know if he was, I don't think he was drinking. He was on whatever he was on. And he came up to me and Dobbs like, you guys cop. He thought, I can't do a London accent. He thought we were undercover cops. We were like narcs because no one drinks coffee unless you're a cop. It was very weird. And by the way, I
figured you out quick.
I wasn't going to tell you because you probably yell at me, whatever. But so last night it was freezing and I normally walk home from the bus. It was freezing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was trying to get Uber, and it just kept come, blah, blah, blah. I never came. So I was waiting inside the convenience store, and then the woman's like, oh, like, we got to close up. Okay. And then there was this weird old dude. He's like, where are you going? And I was like, sandwiches. That's where I'm going. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride. And I was like, should I take a ride from this weird, crazy man? I was like, yeah, why not? So I get in the car. And he's got all these little skulls on the board. I was like, oh, what are these? And he started telling me how he paints all these skulls.
Yeah.
And then I noticed he had a skull on the antenna with devil horns. And
dang.
And then so we were driving back. It's not that far.
How old was this guy, do you think?
I'd probably say in his 70s. Maybe even 80. He was an older guy. And he said he was in, I don't know what he said. He was in the military, ex-military, but anyway, and he told me to call him Loco. And so I told him to call me Nasty Neal. He's like, yeah, I knew you were. I forget what he said, but anyway, and then so we drive, and he's like, let's wake up some of these neighbors. He started beeping, and it was like 1:30 in the morning. I was like,
oh my god!
But I thought it was pretty awesome.
Reminds me, you have to see that movie. It's got Peter Boyle in it with some other like known actor, and I think it's called Joe.
Yeah, I know the movie. I've never seen it though.
You gotta see it, man. What you just described totally reminded me. That guy sounds like Joe, who was played by Peter Boyle. He just thinks that the other person's like him, but the other person really isn't like him. Yeah, you got to see it, man. You will be happy to see it. More than a new movie.
Mm-hmm. So Loco, he's like, then he just told me to let him know anytime I need a ride. I don't know how to contact the guy, but
you just got to think it, man.
Like, come on, Loco. But he ended up being cool.
You got to sit and, like, meditate on it. Have like a little skull envision in your mind. The one that's on the little devil thing on his antenna.
Yeah.
What kind of vehicle is this? A regular
pickup truck.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you're alive.
Yeah. You didn't murder me or anything.
I guess.
And I normally walk, but I was very sleepy and very cold.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it turned out fun. Yeah, I didn't get much sleep and went up to see because it was just a last minute thing that movie was. I didn't realize it was playing. And it doesn't come out for 2 weeks. And then I watch and I'm like, yeah, it's all right. Man, I should have just stayed home. But anyway.
Well, now you know.
Yeah. All right.
Experience.
Yes. We'll be back, like I said, next week with the cool guest. And then lots of cool guests coming up. And Buddy Cooper in 2 weeks.
Yep. I really want to have Rigo come on. I saw him make a post about doing some new project. So that's cool. He was great.
Yeah, he was awesome.
He was.
We talked to him at Brooklyn Horror Film Festival, which I like to. I love this hat, and I like to give them props. They invited us to something today too. Night Swim, an advanced screening of Night Swim.
Oh, when is that?
I don't know. It's coming up soon.
Well,
Coming up soon, I believe.
You got to let me know these things, Mr.
Yeah.
Jones.
It was
I
actually,
know.
I actually saw it today, actually, when during the Nicholas Vince interview. So. I guess now he does know where I live, too. It's true.
Who does this? Someone tried to change my password, those motherfuckers.
I get this all the time lately, too, saying, like, you sent to get a code from something. I was like, I did not.
Yeah, and it looks like it's from legit Facebook.
Right.
John Reddy said he's going to kill you later. He knows where you live, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's true.
Did you just get this Facebook thing? How about y'all?
No, but I get it quite often. One day, remember I was out with you and I showed you, like, I got it like every like half hour.
Oh, fuck. That's not good.
So someone's sending it in, but at least it goes to me. Get it. But so the 30th, I woke up to a text saying that the charge you tried to put on your debit card didn't go through because it was more than what you have in your because of my PayPal debit card.
Oh my
and I was
God.
like, well, that's not good. And then so when then right after that, it said that that I charged $199 to some website, and it said if you didn't make this charge to to call. So I went and I called PayPal, and anyway, they're like, well, since it's pending, we have to wait till it goes through. I can't. Why don't you just stop it now? So anyway, long story short, it went through, and it said it would take 5 days, and it took 14 days. But I finally got the $200 back today. But I'm glad I actually don't keep very much money in PayPal anymore because I used to keep lots in there because that's all that eBay would take. But now that eBay's anti-PayPal, I don't really keep much in there anymore. So, but I'm glad I didn't because apparently they try to take a lot more out.
That's crazy. Yeah. Well,
but we'll be, like I said, we'll be back next week. Until then, this is Nasty Neal.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And this is Without
Your Head.
Jingle bells, Krampus smells, Rudolph sleigh, Santa sleigh.
In folklore, half man, half ghost demon Krampus punishes all wicked children who heed not the warnings of their equally immoral parents. In modern times, greed, avarice, and wanton disregard for one's fellow man disgusts the beast and spurs on his eternal thirst to exact well-earned punishment. In the grim frosty night, in the dark of your dreams, he calls for you.
This night, your beloved child, take them far away. Or with the flesh, hear the cry, the time has come to pay. For many times, you've been warned, pay them no regard. Feel the wrath, my punishment, leave you ripped and scarred. The basket waits in my sack of doom, I come to take you down.
This Yuletide, repent your corrupt ways and try to escape the whip and snare of the one who waits.
Grab his night with your naughty mom, all the things that I will do. I bring them back, hypnotize, a nightmare come true. Your wicked spawns are not the only one.